Gather around, freaks, because marriage is a sacred bond. And on this week's episode, we're all gonna bond. Bond like they did in the old days on Mars. Hey, did you see this one?
With its covers tightly sealed and nightmares lurking within, the ancient book stirs ominously, whispering of unspeakable horrors and twisted sacrifices that have plagued the brave souls who dared to peek inside. But beware, for one of our sinister hosts has made a ghastly discovery. As the yellow pages were last turned, a malevolent truth unraveled. Pages are missing, each one leading to a dark realm far more terrifying than the tome itself. A place where madness reigns, monstrous abominations lurk, and mayhem consumes all who venture too deeply. This chilling revelation serves as a stark reminder that monsters manifest in a myriad of forms. And Hey, Did You See This One? Invites you to brave the darkest corners of mind, matter, and mystery in search of the Grimoire of Familiar Killers. Lost Pages.
Spooky.
Oh, it's a spooky time. It's scary, and I'm spookular.
Dr. Spookula?
Why am I so glitched out today? Oh, well, whatever. Hello, and welcome to Hey, Did You See This One? This is episode 233 of the program where we take a movie, we pull apart all of the features, and then we take like a gluey, goopy, slithery-like monster and jam all the pieces back into it so it becomes a roundtable discussion that we obviously are able to discern all of the pertinent information from.
Sure.
This month,
I mean, a blob table discussion where there's going to be some folds where we might miss some spots, and shit's going to get really weird and gross.
And we'll all talk over each other, except we'll all be saying the exact same thing at the exact same time.
It happens. It happens. This is, of course, the Grimoire of Familiar Killers Lost Pages Laugh or Die month. I know that's a long name. That's what we do here on the show, long names. But this month we are taking comedy horror and doing that as our Lost Pages. The Lost Pages, of course, are sort of just like one-off movies that don't fit into a franchise. If you want that, you can come twice a year, bi-yearly, for our actual Grimoire of Familiar Killers, which returns in October. But this month, that's what we're doing this week. We're doing James Gunn's Slither, which is a fantastic horror movie comedy hybrid thing that definitely feels like it was made by James Gunn. My name is Jay Slither on our Philip Slither. I'm joined as always by Stephen Boba Blackfly Waters, and returning to the show for I believe the third or fourth time. You don't quite get your playlist. We'll get you there though.
It's soon enough.
It's Halifax's own Pat King. Pat King, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Happy to be
Welcome
back. I'm really glad that we're doing this. Love this film. Love the horror comedy genre as a whole. And I absolutely love that we picked this film because I was reading about it before the show, and apparently it flopped so badly at the box office for James Gunn's first film that someone had said essentially it is just ending the horror comedy genre entirely. Like they credited this for putting the horror comedy genre into the ground, which is insane to me considering how great of a movie it was and how, this was what 2006, and then 2010 you got Tucker and Dale versus Evil, and recently you guys did Cabin in the Woods, so I feel like it really was a starting point for horror comedy when other people were just like, oh no, it failed so bad that people are never going to want to watch this genre ever again.
Yeah, this only works in England, London, England.
We're going to cover that and so much more about this movie. Pat, thank you for coming back. If you noticed, all of the posters this week had Ben Mason on them. Well, he's dead. I killed him. I jammed a slither monster down his throat, and now he's a bubbling tick ooze monster, hell-bent on world domination. So look out for him in your basement.
Yes.
We'll see him again next time if he survives or if we survive. That being said, we can probably immediately go into we have to appease the gods, I think, so we have to do our brief synopsis. Zardos, are you around?
Zardoth, are you there?
Zardos speaks to you.
Zardoth,
he demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
Pat, would you like to take a crack at the synopsis? It can be very short and very brief, and just tell us what this movie is.
I am coming in hot and fresh, having just watched this film about 20 minutes ago. I would love to synopsize it, especially because it wears its trauma pedigree on its sleeve. Absolutely. And it is not a complicated plot. An asteroid hits the Earth. Weird hive mind blood-sucking aliens proceed to slither their way into people's mouths, into their brain stems.
That's why it's called that.
Yeah. And a ragtag group of small-town archetypes has to fight against the zombification and weird body horror that these aliens are turning the local riffraff into. Synopsis complete.
That's pretty much spot on. I just wanted to add that in addition to all of that, it does feel very much like James Gunn wanted to pay homage to like so many other horror movies and tropes.
Yeah.
So on top of what you just said, there's also a lot of references and homage, which is kind of part of it for me.
Oh, big time. I mean, you get everything from The Thing to, there's a short clip of Toxic Avenger. Hit me, guys. Like, what other...
The Blob. It's
the
basically
Blob.
the Blob. Like, the whole thing is the Blob.
Nightmare on Elm Street with the tub.
Huge. I mean, that's just an absolute image homage, 1-to-1.
Countless zombie movies.
Yeah.
It's... There's the part where in the barn reminds me of something, but it reminds me of Blade. That's what it reminds me of. Just a big monstrous creature, but you feel so much sympathy for her, whereas in the Blade you don't really feel much sympathy for that big vampire. But yeah, I mean it's almost like a dog pile of visual references, movie tropes, cliches, all just thrown into a blender, but nothing is really lost in the mix so much that you can't identify it. and nothing is so overbearing that it doesn't feel like its own unique thing, which is really good. It speaks to like the quality of this movie in a way that
it doesn't really take itself too seriously. It wears its inspirations on its sleeve in a way that is obviously paying honor to them and not trying to rip them off. And you can tell, in a lot of ways, I think James Gunn is just like kind of erupting onto the scene and going, "This is me. This is my style. This is what I like. Take yes, no." That's him just being like, "This is me."
Unfortunately, the people said no.
And I thought about this, and I'm kind of glad that it wasn't an immediate success and kind of got a cult following, because I don't think, had he had a much bigger budget, had he succeeded with this and they threw a lot of money at him, I don't think we would have got his next film, which was Super, which was really low budget and really low to the ground and really simple. And it'd be a shame to miss that movie in its incarnation, how it was. Yeah. So, blessing in disguise, maybe.
Fun fact for me about Super, I've been too afraid to watch it because I heard it's over the top gory, but that was before I was like desensitized, and I'm very excited to go.
It's regular.
I'm so desensitized now. Like nothing in this movie made me flinch except for the giant tick woman. That's the only part that I said to myself, is this gonna mess me up a little bit? And then I was like, nah, it's fine. And then
I remember this movie being way grosser than it actually is. And
that's what it seems like. The internet seems
I think I even warned you, like, don't eat when you watch it, but like there's nothing really too bad in this movie.
It's not that bad.
I watched a high enough quality version that I feel like a lot of the effects were a little bit dated. It had a good mix of visual effects and practical effects. I loved what they did with practical stuff, but I feel like the visual effects were just dated enough that it didn't come off as too gross.
And there's some good moments with just the CGI that because the movie's so old, I was expecting it to be worse. But I guess like because of the simplicity of the creatures and stuff, they weren't having to break new ground. They're like, let's just take what we know and use puppets where we can. And even when the leech is going into the bathtub, that's something that could easily look like shit, but it still looks great. And I think it's it's a testament to like the cinematography and like they know what they can do in order to pull it off, because that's like really bright, vibrant, flooded lighting, which is usually pretty hard to animate something in, but it still looks good. Like it doesn't look bad, it doesn't take me out of it. Anyway, this is more production, but should we go into our brief histories before we get to
I think we should go into our brief histories.
Let's do it. A brief history.
Since you're the kind of person that likes to go first, but always comes last, would you like to go first and come? No, I'm sorry.
What can I say? I'm a very giving lover.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a very loving giver, personally. What the fuck?
I don't know. I don't know
what that means.
I'm more grossed out now than when I was watching the film 40 minutes ago.
Hell yeah. That's the plan.
This is grosser. Brother. This is grosser than Grant's little patch of brain popping out of his skull with hair in it. That's the thing that grossed me out the most in the whole movie.
But go on. What are we? The history?
Your brief history. With
my brief history. My brief history is, I guess I saw this film when it came out, not really knowing much about James Gunn as a filmmaker. I hadn't really gotten into trauma films. I was in film school around this time, so I was getting introduced to the concept of watching bad films to understand why they're good or bad and how to make a good bad film. So this I loved because it came in at a very seminal time for me as a filmmaker, and watching someone who cut their teeth in like the worst of the worst films getting enough money to make kind of a studio, not a blockbuster, but like a studio level film with a lot of A-list actors, and just going like, hey, this can be fun and weird, and you can find success doing weird, gross shit. It got me really excited to kind of get into horror, weird horror comedy, genre mashup, stuff like that. So I was really excited to do this because I hadn't seen this film in so long, since I was in my I think late teens, early 20s, and just kind of getting passionate about film. So That's about my history as far back as it goes. But now I'm a much larger James Gunn fan and have a consistent Trauma subscription to their streaming service. So I'm much more immersed in it nowadays.
Yeah, mine's similar. This was around the time where I would see a movie every Sunday, no matter what. It was like me and one of my friends. We just had sort of like a movie date every single Sunday. It was just what we would do. We lived in like a suburban city, not a lot to do, and it was just sort of like the weekend cool down. Let's go see a movie. And this was one that we were like, I don't know, let's go see it. And I had no idea who James Gunn was at this point at all. And I immediately was like, oh, this is good. This is 80s horror movie. This is the shit that we love watching when, we used to, just sit up and watch like tons of these types of movies at sleepovers, or when we're coming home from a party or something. We would put stuff like this on just to have fun. And I'm happy to say, like, everybody that saw it with us was like, this is great. We all loved it. And I'm happy that I contributed to the $12.3 million that it made domestically. I'm glad that I was there to support. I then kind of took this movie, and it became this sort of example of, in my mind, of like what the perfect kind of purposefully B movie is. And I ran with that for a while, and I would use it as a reference a lot of the time, being like, well, you gotta look at things like Slither, and people are like, what the fuck is Slither? I'm like, yeah, you weren't part of the 12.3. Get out of here. You're not part of the 12.3. But it perfectly encapsulates all of like dumb stuff, illogical stuff, but characters reacting semi-realistically while also sort of having that comedic edge that exists within bullshit comedy, or a comedy that doesn't necessarily age well. And I mean, this movie's kind of full of it. There's lots of stuff in this movie that I'm like, woof, let's not we don't do that anymore for a reason.
The first 15 minutes were pure trauma, where I was like, oh, is this going to be like that gross?
And like, to the movie's credit, nothing ever really pushed me so hard in a direction that I was like, cancel James Gunn again. But I, there's things, because like, he is a writer first and foremost. He has 10,000 more writing credits than he does directing credits, for a reason, because he is a good writer. But he also was sort of like, push the envelope as hard as you can, say the shocking thing, and apologize for it later, which I can respect to a certain degree. And James Gunn as a person, you can always sort of tell when he's joking. Like, when he's joking, and that a lot of his own personal politics aren't coming into his humor. It's just like, what is the funniest thing to say in the moment? And whether that's shocking or whether you agree with it, that's your own opinion. But I don't think that he ever goes out of his way to purposefully hurt anybody. And I think that most of his, like, homophobic comedy or racist comedy, it exists, but it's not, like I say, like, not a point where it's cancelable. And I don't think it's deservedly cancelable. It's maybe questionable to some people, but as somebody qualifies to critique this kind of stuff, I think that James Gunn is pretty safe overall, and has.
I think it feels like it's always coming from the voice of the character and not from his voice as a creator, where you're like, oh,
sure.
I believe.
I also think that
it's like, no, it's coming from the mouth of an idiot.
Yeah. And you never really believe that, like, anything that is said is like, it's more so just like, this is a funny thing that is to be said, but I don't, I'm not advocating for this. But this is like an argument, or not an argument, but a discussion we've had on this podcast before, where it's like, people like Trey Parker and Matt Stone, their movies are full of like horrifyingly problematic humor, and a smart person will look at it and see what it's trying to say and won't go out and repeat it. And then a dumb person will see it and think that it's funny because they're dumb and they're laughing at it for a wrong reason. And then they go out and repeat it because they think that that is the funny thing. It's like, no, it's funny because it's coming from a specific person. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying. But yeah, I've watched this movie a handful of times over my life. It's been a long time since I've watched it. I think I watched it during the pandemic because I was on like a huge, let's watch every horror movie from my childhood kick throughout that time, and I think this was in there somewhere. But that period of my life is hazy as hell. A lot of gummies and bottles of wine. But yeah, I still, after watching it again this week, I watched it yesterday, and then I watched it again today because it didn't really fully sink in yesterday. I was kind of distracted while I was watching it. I thought I had seen it enough times that I'm like, I don't even need to watch this again, but not the case. There's lots of little things that you pick up on that you've forgotten about. But yeah, good movie. I like it. Let's talk to Jason about his brief history.
That's mine's going to be short as far as this movie goes. I watched it this week. I talked about Super already, but this was another one that, even though James Gunn kind of came along and started doing Marvel stuff and then the Suicide Squad and now Superman, I only really knew him as that, like, I really only knew him from the PG porn shorts from YouTube around this time. And just looking at his IMDb, he's got so much stuff I want to go back and watch, including something I watched randomly. I didn't know that he wrote this until I watched the movie, but the Belko Experiment is more of a Slither than a Guardians of the Galaxy, which was kind of a fun movie. But, he also is known for like the Scooby-Doo live action films, which is totally in the other direction from his normal sort of horror stuff.
Not really, if you watch them.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's almost
I mean, there was a lot of edge to those.
Yeah,
that's true. But
and if you look at them structurally, they're almost like identical to this kind of thing.
Yeah,
in terms of
I'm glad this turned into a little bit of a brief history on James Gunn as well, just because I wanted to say about his cancellation. They had to go dig deep into his Twitter really to find anything to get him fired from Marvel, and that's because the brigaders were just go out and try to get people canceled sometimes. And I do agree with you guys in that he's just kind of a dumb, like, trying to be a goof, smart, funny guy who, like, smart ass funny guy who's just trying to be edgy, and he comes from the era of that kind of edgy humor kind of still being okay.
Yeah, he's a Gen X weirdo. He says weird shit, and you're like, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they had to go far enough that he was in his 20s at a Halloween party and making fun of the Catholic Church. It, like, really? Is that?
Yeah. I mean, I remember some of his tweets were like really, you're like
pretty bad.
This is fun.
Yeah, some of them got pretty
at
rough.
The same time,
but
like,
he was working for Trump.
Yeah, and it's also so far in the direction of like absurdity and crazy, the things that he was saying, that you're like, how could you ever think that he was serious? Like he's making a joke
person would ever.
Yeah. But that's the people who are on those cancel crusades are not they're not being reasonable at that point.
Yeah, they lack a sense of humor pathologically.
Also, he was canceled for like half a year, and like there were so many people that advocated for him that it was a pretty short-lived cancellation.
Yeah. Well, he also still got to do Guardians 3, and then he immediately took over as the Kevin Feige of the DCEU, right? So he's okay.
He's doing fine. And if he was problematic or said shit like that, and then people came out in droves to say, oh, he was creepy on a film set, but people just leaped in front of that man to be like, no, absolutely not. Like we adore him. He's wonderful. He's kind.
The entire cast of Guardians like signed a petition being like, none of us will come back if you don't bring him back. And they're like, oh, we will buy out our contracts.
So we found the only cancellation proof. Yeah, he's the only bulletproof man in Hollywood at this point, apparently. Yeah. One of the few, at the very least.
Yeah, we never heard from Joss Whedon again.
What's Joss Whedon up to these days? Not much. Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, no, as far as this movie goes, I watched it. A lot of these old horror movies from, the mid 80s to the early 2000s, I have this mind prison about where, they've been built up for years and years and years. And then you go watch them and they're really just, this movie is just fun and funny and weird. And it feels like it should have giant ants in it or pod people. Like it feels like a 1950s, 1960s.
I mean, it kind of does have
sci-fi.
Pod people, depending on your definition of pod people, I guess.
There's a debate online if this is a space movie or a zombie movie, and I argue it's a pod people movie and a blob movie. So
I think it can be both. It's okay. Yeah. There are zombies in this movie. Yeah.
You take all of those things, you throw them in a pot and you boil it and you get a weird stew that is all of those things. And that's what's so fun about it, is like, it's him loving all of these things and going, how do I fit them all in here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can move on to our production talk. We've already touched on a little bit of it, but let's see what we can talk about.
All right. Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of Sound. Speed. Action!
This is the segment of the show where we just kind of break down things like the budget and the cinematography. James Gunn, of course, wrote this movie, but this is actually his directorial debut. He had worked for Troma, written several screenplays up to this point. Scooby-Doo doesn't predate this, obviously, then.
No,
but he wrote those. He didn't direct those.
He wrote them, right? Okay. I didn't realize he wrote 13 Ghosts.
He was one of many. Technically, no one wrote 13 Ghosts. Everybody did. We all did.
No one wanted to claim it.
We're all.
I wrote 13 Ghosts.
We're all technically credited as writers for 13 Ghosts. Everybody.
And interesting fact I found according to space.com, he actually initially didn't want to direct it. He was just going to write it and find another director. But I honestly feel like he should have directed more of the things he wrote, because James Gunn has this. He's got almost like a signature to the way that he puts movies together. This felt very, considering it's from 2006, it looked very modern. Like, I don't know if that's because movies are in just 1080p now, but it felt, I was like, this movie's 20 years old. Also, this movie is 20 years old as of 2 months ago, which is, we're doing this.
I think that it feels old because it's well lit. If you look at modern movies, like this is one of those movies where like it's the middle of the night, but they're still like they clearly have floodlights lighting the whole property, and it's like I like that. I don't care if it's not realistic. Like it's good.
It's not supposed to be realistic.
I want to see people's breath on the air. I want to see people like tripping in little dirt fragments. I don't want to have to be squinting and struggling to see what's going on screen because it's more realistic. I think that is a horrible thing that has happened. For some reason, everybody's now decided that everything needs to look like a Christopher Nolan movie and everything needs to be gritty and realistic in order for it to be good. And I just don't like it. But I think
especially keep it out of my genre pictures.
Yeah, and I also think that's slowly kind of everything is working away from that. And that's not to say that Christopher Nolan movies look bad. I think it's just that a lot of people have taken the wrong lessons from it, where everything has to be this sort of neutral gray brown palette, where it's like, this is how people's eyes see. I'm like, well, we want to see some colors and some nice, lighting. And this movie, for me, that's why it feels old. This is like hearkening back to the early to mid 2000s, where movies hadn't been sort of, I guess, like pushed into a corner of how things are supposed to look. And I don't know if that's just because everybody went to film school at the same time who's now working professionally, and they all learned that this is what looks good. These movies like this make Oscars happen. So now everybody has to look like a fucking Oscar movie.
I think ironically,
I agree. I really hope we can get over this. I think it's going to be the be all end all after the Odyssey. Once Christopher Nolan releases the Odyssey, everyone's just going to be like, okay, we're done with the gray.
Imagine he released the Odyssey and he like lit it like fucking Speed Racer or something crazy. Like,
I'd be more inclined to go see it. I'd be more excited for it.
Me too.
I think the irony is that streamers and like superhero movies got so popular that now they just started lighting everything with general light instead of trying to make it gritty. I think we've finally passed over the grit era.
Yeah, I really should go see this Backrooms movie, and maybe even the one that Markiplier made as well. Like I haven't considered going to see them specifically because I'm just not interested. Like I'm a little bit curious about the Backrooms, but it looks like they're even just this new wave of filmmakers that didn't come out of film school but like cut their teeth on YouTube and stuff. It seems like they understand something different that other people haven't considered yet. And,
police are coming to get you for that take.
My opinion is bad. They're taking me to jail. That's Christopher Nolan called the cops on me again.
Straight to jail. You're getting swatted by Christopher Nolan for the third time this week.
He's like, that Waters boy on Hey, Did You See This One? He's talking shit again about my Dark Knight lighting.
Well, no, and it's funny you bring up the new era of horror filmmakers, because this kind of felt a little like that to me.
Yeah.
With James Gunn kind of breaking in and going, yeah, no, things can be weird and fun and bright and gross and smart, and it helped to create a great kind of era of genre films in the early 2000s.
Well, it's like how you would expect a Jordan Peele or a Zach Cregger to make a comedy horror, but those are hard horror with a funniness about them. Like
it's more like the characters are funny in those movies, and there's not really anything circumstantial that's chuckle worthy. Everything is pretty horrifying.
Weapons is a horror movie that takes place mostly in the daytime. Like it's one of those, so it's lit like the day, and it looks great, I think.
Yeah, and tell me that ending wasn't kind of hilarious.
It's extremely hilarious.
It's very funny. Yeah. It's like I was laughing my ass off in the theater.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested to see where it goes with this wave, and like it's also a thing that like people forget. A lot of filmmakers start in horror because it's low budget, it's easily accessible, it's not difficult to tell a compelling story in a horror scenario, and it's sort of a simple task. But then you have filmmakers like Jordan Peele who take the genre and they turn it into something that's like, oh no, you really thought about this in a way that a lot of people don't necessarily need to think about it. You did, or Eggers and like his style, even like Ari Aster and stuff. Like they're taking the genre and they're telling stories that are way more complex than they need to be within the genre, and it just makes them all the more better for it. It's why they stand out, right? Sorry, the cops don't like this opinion either.
rough neighborhood.
Yeah, I live in Gotham City.
Specifically in the Narrows of Gotham City.
I'm technically in Arkham Asylum. They locked me in here last week.
Yeah,
I'm Slither Man.
Just got this new place above Crime Alley. I've heard
I got a leech in my ass, and he wants to say hello.
Slither Man's weird quirk is that he's also a podcaster.
Yeah. They allowed me this equipment, but I'm actually just in a padded room pretending like I'm on a podcast.
This is all completely fabricated by your mind. Perfect. Batman's gonna come just beat the shit out of you for no reason in your padded room.
Yes, he will later tonight. I'm
tell us about how much this movie made, Steve. You seem to you knew that off the top of your head.
Yeah, the movie I think was 15 million. And it only made 13.5 million domestic. I think that's domestic. I assume it's probably made its money back at this point over the last 20 years in some capacity. But yeah,
luckily it was still in an era of DVD sales, which I think a lot of movies were making up a lot of their budget with DVD sales, which doesn't happen anymore.
And I mean, like you said earlier, I don't know if this movie had met with great success and there was a slew of sequels that came about afterwards, we probably would not have gotten something like Super, which is good. And I don't know if his career would have taken the same course, right? We don't know. He might have vanished. He might have got too much success and then flopped hard at like a really high level, which would have put him into movie jail forever. Whereas this is a relatively small budget, not with huge expectations in order to break the bank when it comes to return. So it didn't kill his career, but it also he probably was like, fuck, I'm going to go back to writing for a while. And then, maybe I'll do this again later. Jason, you said you would have liked to have seen him direct more of the things that he wrote, but like, I can only assume that this type of experience, your first movie bombs so hard, would probably make you scared.
That kills a genre.
You would probably be scared to go back and do it again, right?
That's a good call, yeah.
And like, it did take 4 years for him to do another proper movie, but like, he still directed stuff here and there. Afterwards, so he clearly enjoys doing it, but I think that even just judging by the cast that he continuously works with forever, like he's got like a little sort of stockpile of actors that he will bring back for every project, all the way from Slither to Superman, a movie that made $1 billion.
Your Nathan Fillions, your Michael Rookers, I love the cast of people he keeps around him, though. They're all so delightful.
Yeah, they
and
kind of Venn diagram with Kevin Smith's crew a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm kind of glad this movie flopped, truly, because I think a big problem with a lot of young filmmakers is that they get a tremendous amount of success using a low budget, and then all of a sudden a studio will throw a shitload of money at them, and then their next film kind of sucks because it's just overwrought, it's overtold, there's too much going on, and I think it's a dangerous spot for young filmmakers to be in, to get too much money and too much fame too fast. So, frankly, I think this was probably the best thing that could have happened for his career, is to like make him kind of take a step back and reevaluate, and then kind of move forward again with a little more hesitation.
Yeah, and there are exceptions to that, but because that's what happens often now is somebody releases something huge. It does well. It performs very well. It's massive with regular audiences and critics, and then Disney will come in and fucking headhunt them for some massive Marvel movie or something, right? And that can be bad because it crushes a lot of people and it snuffs them out. But then you've got people like Nia DaCosta or Ryan Coogler. Like he did the Black Panther movies, but like he also, made his project of Sinners, which is fucking awesome. So good. And like it proves that it doesn't necessarily kill it, but I mean, I don't know what would have happened if Black Panther bombed as hard as the Marvels or something, right? But like even the Marvels, which I believe Nia DaCosta directed, she made the Bone Temple, which is so amazing as well. And it's like, it just goes to show that like she pivoted away from that and went to also a pretty massive franchise film, but I don't think either of those 28 Years movies performed particularly well, but they performed well enough that it's going to stick around, and they're planning on making a third one, even though I think the second one didn't perform that well. And I arguably think the second one is way better than the first one.
I haven't seen Bone Temple yet, but what I heard about those is they were like, we're doing a trilogy regardless of how it does. Obviously, if the first one bombed so hard that,
which is,
it can't. Yeah. But I really liked that first one better than the 28 weeks later. 28 years later, I thought was a better story and a better
28 weeks later is the reason it took 28 years for another
movie. We don't need a shitty action thing, and we want more like actual horror. But that's pretty much all I have. There were some cameos that were interesting. Rob Zombie voices Dr. Carl on the phone. Lloyd Kaufman appears in a cameo. Also, I saw Sean Gunn at one point in the slop pile of people
in the mass.
Yeah. Also, a couple other references from other movies that we didn't mention were the funeral home was named after McCready. It was it's called R.J. McReady. And the school is named Earl Bassett, which is a reference to Tremors. And I talked about Nightmare on Elm Street. You mentioned Toxic Avenger. And Jenna Fisher. Sorry, go ahead.
What about when they're loading up on their guns and it's just music from Aliens, like
yeah?
I'm like, wait a minute, this is just the Alien soundtrack. What's going on here?
Yeah, and Chekhov's Grenade, which I absolutely love.
Chekhov's Grenade,
which happens in so many movies, but I never tire of it. It happens in so many movies. We've got a grenade,
but then even the use of the grenade later on, you're like, oh, he's finally going to do it, and then we know, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
And just the last thing I wanted to know was Jenna Fisher wasn't in much around this time, but she was cast because another actor dropped out, and she had just The Office was brand new, and she had just become semi-famous through that. So it was interesting to see her pop up. She was married to James Gunn. Yeah,
probably the main reason.
And it was shot in BC, which is cool.
Mm-hmm. Feels like it, all the breath on the air, which was what last week Cabin in the Woods also. They're like, it's got to be the middle of summer. At least this movie didn't have like a definitive it's hunting season, whenever that is. I assume that's like autumn. I don't know.
Yeah, that's like October.
Yeah.
Cabin in the Woods is supposed to be like summer break, and they're all like freezing their nips off. You look at Chris Hemsworth's nipples half the time could cut glass, and you're like, oh my god, this is supposed to be August.
Although at the very least there was, I guess, a little bit of like narrative reason for that, where they're like, oh, they can pump in gases
they
and
can
like
control the
control the
temperature.
environment. Yeah, like oh, let's make the nips pop just because we want things to be sexy real quick.
Yeah, we want the old ones to be able to,
Yeah, they're perverts. The old ones are perverts.
the perverts.
The old ones are perverts.
They like hard nipples. We all know that. All right. I don't have anything else to say about. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I
Do
think
you,
that's all
do you
I've got
have any
production
notes? Do you have any notes about the score? Because it was another one where I didn't notice it until I was watching the credits. There's a post credit, and I was like just waiting for the credits to roll. The post credit also indicates sequel, but we all know how that happened, how that went.
I didn't even watch the post credit. What is it?
Yeah, it's just a cat.
It's just a cat. It's just a thing was left behind, and a little poker comes out, and then the cat licks it, and then it goes to black, and you hear meow.
The poker does the rattling thing that it does to Michael Rooker, where you're like, oh, it's gonna like, yeah. But I spent the entire movie waiting for like the classic needle drop, and there was only really two that stood out to me, and I think it was the Air Supply, Every Woman in the World. And then the final one at the very end, "Baby I Love You" by the Yahoos. And you could tell he wanted to do it a lot more than he got to, but his budget was probably so small that buying the rights for those songs were probably just way too fucking expensive.
So then when he got that Marvel money, he was like, I want a soundtrack that's 19 songs.
Yeah.
Every one of them over $1 million.
I do like the original score for it. At certain points, it's really effective, and it's like, oh yeah, this is why you don't skimp out on score, because like the orchestral crescendos at certain points it's so good. Like the beginning of the movie, it has a really good one, and then there's another good one when they come out of the pool, and it's just like this sort of bombastic music that sounds like a murder mystery is afoot, and you're like, okay, it's getting me excited, it's getting my blood pumping. Otherwise, it could have just been a generic synth score, and it probably would have been fine. But the fact that they've got this crazy sort of trumpet section, like you're like, okay, oh yeah, there's an alien about somewhere. I like it. Yeah,
they could have just hired some trauma alumni to, press random keys on a synthesizer. But I don't think. I think you're right. It wouldn't have been quite the same.
Like old canon movies and trauma movies, like a lot of the time they would just approach other composers like James Horner or John Williams or something, and be like, do you have any unused tracks that I could take that you would like, stuff like table scraps basically.
We have your leftovers.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything on the cutting room floor that we
anything you're not gonna that got removed from the film that is gonna just die, like, can we have it? And then sometimes they'll have stuff and they can throw it in. There's a movie called, I think, Ice Pirates or something like that, and like it has a whole bunch of alt scores in it from like Star Trek 3 or something, where it's just like the music sounds so similar to Star Trek 3, and you're like, why does it sound like this? And it's like, because James Horner just gave it to them. He's like, here you go, we don't need it, so you can have it.
Just following behind other directors, just like picking up what they don't want, which
it's smart though,
I mean,
like
that, but that is, I mean, that's a really ingenuitive way to approach filmmaking. Like, let's just take the other stuff that people thought wasn't good enough for their movie and make a good movie with it.
Yeah, but now we can just get an AI to make an orchestral score that sounds like aliens.
We got a John Williams score from a canceled circus movie, and we're gonna put that in our horror movie, and it changes the game forever.
It's like dun, 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 dun. So good.
Pretty good.
That was amazing.
Good. Well, we can probably just go into the body of the episode off that.
What?
Ho, 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 ho! Everybody back up, because here comes the body of the episode.
Here we go.
This movie starts like the Blob. This movie starts like the Blob.
It's also just the trope of, it's a little bit Men in Black as well.
Except these guys are not the Men in Black. They're the people that the Men in Black would come neuralize.
Yeah. In fact, in my headcanon, this town got neuralized by the Men in Black. And this isn't even the first time
right
it's
after?
happened. Yeah, as they're walking down the street at the end, you just see a black
Excuse me, sir.
Cadillac roll up. And but yes, it does start out with a meteor heading towards Earth and police hanging out with a speed radar. And Nathan Fillion plays Bill, and he's shooting birds with the radar and spouting off facts about birds. And you get the impression that this guy is kind of above his station, as like he gets deputized. I think we don't know it yet, but it's revealed later. But he feels like a smart guy in a dumb town who acts like a dummy. He's a great protagonist.
I do also think that the purpose of this scene is, you're right there. Like that is part of it, is to show that he's like, I am so much smarter than being a person who has to sit here in the middle of the night looking for people drunk driving or whatever. But also the old man is showing us that he used to be able to look at something in flight and be able to tell you exactly the speed that it was flying from like 200 meters away. Within 3 meters he would be able to tell you the speed, or 3 feet. And it's just telling us that this old man is like, he's sad that he's losing his powers, which is like, that's something that's relatable to anybody, right?
Yeah, his best years are behind him, and he's not going to be saving the town anytime soon.
But it's also like the fact that Nathan Fillion can't give him the time of day about it either, can't even have the conversation. It's like, oh man, he's also being brushed aside by this young hip
I'm just gonna go back to sleep and do like,
yeah, I don't give a fuck about your birds.
That's something I thought about during this too, is these earlier movies that are now 20 years old. Sorry to remind you again, but they look like modern films because they're HD came out shortly after this, and most movies are just like made HD after the fact for streaming services. This movie looked very good, the version I watched. It just feels like you're watching a modern movie, but with everybody aged way down. Like Elizabeth Banks looks really young. Nathan Fillion looks really young. Even Michael Rooker looks much younger because, it was 20 years ago. He's probably in his late 40s instead of now. What the hell was that?
What?
Oh, I thought you farted.
My chair.
That's my chair.
Chair.
Like that wasn't else.
Chair.
I have a very
likely scenario.
I have a farty chair. No,
but
I was just like, oh yeah, thank you for explaining how time works.
No, but that's not my point.
Nailing it home over and over again.
My point is more so that when I watch movies from around this era, because we have this week or this month, we did Cabin in the Woods and Jennifer's Body, which are also from around this era, and they look like modern movies, but then
they look better than modern movies. Let's be fucking honest about it.
Let's be real. Oh, shout out to Comical Hexical, who thinks that Vsauce is on the show. So
God
that's
damn it.
Hilarious.
If I had a fucking nickel, I'd have like at least 75 cents by now.
I think it's mostly your voice, to be honest. You have that, like, there's a skeleton inside you.
I don't know. Who the fuck is Vsauce?
He has your voice.
He's an internet scientist who does quirky internet science.
He also has a beard and a bald head. So like you're like almost and glasses. You're like almost fully there.
Well, I do science experiments, but usually they are not very exciting, and they're usually just on myself.
You're like, for tonight, how much red
that's...
wine can I drink before I fall over?
Yeah, how much LSD is lethal?
I love putting science experiments up my nose.
I'm a walking science experiment. Vsauce? Yeah. It's a whole V gumbo, baby.
Heyo.
But I love, I think we hit a point of diminishing returns with how good film cameras were, where we got to a point where you're only going to see the difference on a screen that's the size of a fucking skyscraper. Mm-hmm. At some point, if you're just watching a film on your, 35, 40-inch TV at home, it doesn't matter if it's 4K. Who gives a shit? You're going to have a $10,000 TV for that to matter. Yeah. So, I think we kind of hit that plateau around this time where movies just looked good watching them at home, which was great because, we transcended VHS. Things looked really
better.
Cool.
At this period, I think I still had like shitty boob tube technology in my house.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't have HD television. I just had like a crappy old TV. So like a lot of the time the movies look better than I remember them looking because they looked like crap when I was watching them originally.
I had a TV that weighed 150 pounds, and you needed 2 people to carry it. It was modern though because it had scan lines.
Oh yeah,
built-in scan lines for DVDs.
Yeah, I remember one of those. We had a very similar situation. And
you know, I'm a pervert. I prefer scan lines when I'm getting freaky in the sheets. That's a tan line joke. I don't know if you guys.
Well, and I think Comical Hexical has a great point here. Color correction has always mattered more than picture, and I think this kind of goes back to what we were saying about things just being kind of a neutral gray, like, and really minimizing the brightness and excitement. Which I love. James Gunn is bringing that back to comic book movies with the new Superman and stuff. Like, bring back pastel colors. We don't need everything to look like a fucking muddy.
I remember I had a friend who was like he would get very excited about colors, like being like he always would say like, look at the colors. Like he would always say that like he was a child. I'm like, I think he means like the vibrancy. Like I would have to like interpret for him. I'm like, he means the vibrancy of the colors. He doesn't just mean colors are exciting. But like he was right, because like if you would buy a new TV and then you would put something on like a video game or a movie or something, and the vibrancy was there, you'd always test it with movies that had really vibrant colors to really see how good the TV is that you're watching it on. I remember like The Fifth Element was one that we would always put on, even though The Fifth Element is filmed on film, but there's a lot of, kind of janky digital effects now, but like still to this day is one of the most vibrant movies that you'll ever put on because they cared about that. They were like, the color palette is important. And that doesn't really happen that much anymore. Everything has to be realistic. Anyway, I'm gonna keep talking about this if we don't stop talking about vibrancy and color. But like,
no, I was gonna say,
I hate movies.
I remember from around this era. I think the next year I get my Sony Bravia, which is right here behind all these computer screens. It's kind of buried now, but it's 720, goes up to 1080. But I remember watching HD TV in 720p and putting on ESPN or Sportsnet and watching a soccer game on it. And being like, I can see people's faces, but what's really getting me is the vibrancy of the green of the football pitch. It's really blowing my mind right now. So I can definitely agree that the colors, and that's what I love about what James Gunn is doing. The colors.
Are you the person I was talking about? Yeah. Oh, no.
That's what I love about the new Superman specifically. It's just the blues of his costume remind me of the Christopher Reeve.
It's called
blues.
American Flag Blue, I think.
Yeah. I don't think we can say that unless we'll get dinged for shocking content.
I mean, it was,
but I want to put a frame from the new Superman next to the new Odyssey and just kind of like overlay them and go, okay, like seriously, which one do you prefer? Yes, Christopher Nolan's a goddamn genius, but like, why does everything have to be an off shade of gray?
I cannot wait to see Lex Luthor in his green and purple turbo suit in the new Superman movie in a couple years.
Yes. The Man of Tomorrow situation is going to be off the chain.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, that's just Christopher Nolan again. It's just that's been his visual style since the beginning of his career, right? Like, he's always had that. So it's people equate that to quality, which is not the case, right? Where it's like his movies are good because they're well written, they're well directed, and they're performed well by the actors, and they're edited well, and the music is great. Like, everything about them makes them good. It isn't just the fact that it's this mind-numbing, brain-melting
they're all
gray
lit
and brown,
and they're all lit by candles, seemingly candlelight.
All of his movies kind of have that self-serious tone, which Kubrick did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about things being lit by candlelight,
Barry
Lyndon just being one of the most beautiful films of all time. Don't get me wrong, but that insistence on.
I don't know if Jason knows that Barry Lyndon, Jason, was literally, there were scenes in that movie that were lit by candles. Like, they actually.
Oh, really?
He create new lenses. He contacted someone from NASA to be like, I need lenses that are so fast that they can film an entire film by candlelight. And
that's crazy.
To this day, there are unique lenses that Kubrick made for this film, which is wild. But this I think he and Nolan, this dedication to like naturalism and realism, it's just kind of a thing that they do. Like, that's their style, that's their tone.
Yeah.
But give me James Gunn any day. Like I want to watch
Absolutely.
a comic book, you know.
Which is like, again, I say like that is fine. It's totally
Well,
fine
it
for that to
depends on
exist.
what you're in the mood for. Like
But-
sometimes I want to eat a pizza, but sometimes I want to go out for something fancy and like, yeah.
I mean, we almost did The Mummy a couple of weeks ago, and The Mummy is one of my favorite movies ever made. And that movie is like totally vibrant, even though the color palette is maybe locked into like a lot of yellows and oranges and golds.
A lot of browns and sand colors.
Yeah, it takes place in the desert.
But it's still very vibrant, right?
Yeah.
And even the parts that are meant to be lit by torchlight only, they're like, let's find an interesting way to make this whole room lit. And they like create a weird mirror technology to be like, now it's full of light. And we're like, yay! So no Nolan nerd is like, how is there light in here? It's like the mirrors, asshole. Shut up. We want to see the mummy bugs.
Oh, which I just saw right before we started this podcast, Brendan Fraser training for his role in The Mummy 4, which got me so goddamn jazzed. And it brings me back.
He's looking jacked.
He's looking great.
But if they light it like a Nolan movie, I'll be really upset.
Yeah, let's hope. Fingers crossed. Let's make it known now that that's not what we want. But I think back to Sin City as well, which is another film around this time that I absolutely loved. Whole thing in black and white, and the entire point was to have these pops of color and to really use that as an exclamation point on scenes and on what you're trying to get across. But love that film and how it made color just kind of the main character.
The books right here. They're like taking a page out of like old school filmmaking, right? They're like, how do we do this? But then they're also taking techniques that are created for that movie while also doing stuff that's never been done before, right? Like their goal was to make it black and white, literally, where it's like everything is like overexposed black. Like they wanted it to look almost like an animated movie. Couldn't do that, obviously, because that's impossible and it would look weird and it would hurt your brain to sit there for 2.5 hours. But they accomplished, I think, a lot of what they were trying to do in unique ways. They would use like fluorescent material or reflective material to make stuff pop, like ties and things like that.
Yeah. And they really made the color have an effect. Like when you saw that color pop up on screen, you knew something important was happening.
Yeah.
You knew something exciting was happening. And I think the vibrancy of color is something that just kind of speaks to the human brain those are the kind of movies that I really enjoy watching. Blockbusters and very serious films that are lean towards realism are great and all, but as a lover of genre film, give me bright, give me visual candy, give me LSD.
Yeah. Even just like the pop of color stuff this is going to get into like a crazy illustration conversation now. Like, but like I worked as an illustrator for about 10 years of my life, like doing stuff here and there, and became like locked in as like a house illustrator for a company. And like a lot of the time you want to work in like 3 colors, right? You want to have like 2 colors that are similar and then one that is your highlight or like something that is really the focal point. And you do that for images. And if you're doing a series of images, it's really important because you want it to be the thing that draws your eye to certain areas, and like lighting, shadow, all of that stuff is very important. And I've always preferred movies that do this as well. I brought up Speed Racer earlier because I think that movie is like a vending machine for your brain, or like a pinball machine for your brain, where you're like, there's too much happening. You're like, I can't fucking handle it. To be clear, I like Speed Racer. I don't know. A lot of people hate that movie. But
I think it was an unappreciated gem for its time. People didn't understand Speed Racer. They weren't ready for Speed Racer. But going back and having watched it recently,
well, it was 100 years from now, people are going to love Speed Racer.
It's the Wachowskis, so they were like, "Why isn't this The Matrix?" I feel like
you're like, we wanted The Matrix again, and they're like, we gave you a visual.
If you go to watch Speed Racer and you expect The Matrix, you're fucking
no. That's not what I mean.
Monkey.
I mean, why isn't this another Matrix movie? Why are you doing this IP? But the thing about Speed Racer, I remember, is it was ahead of its time for like superhero movies and making live action anime. It really, I remember really enjoying that. I think we should cover that on this show. But if
I was
nothing
just
else,
about to say. Absolutely.
I should go back and just watch it. But yeah, that's a perfect. Hey, did you see this one episode?
And a lot to talk about, I'm sure, as far as production and the lore goes.
But I think the point that I'm making there is that like there is such thing as going too far in the other direction, right? Like where like I like Speed Racer, but it is almost too much for your brain to handle because they're not following basic rules of like how color should work on screen. But it's because they didn't care because they're like, no, we're just gonna make everything colorful and it's gonna be wild. It's gonna be
It
like
doesn't matter, just blah.
Yeah, we're gonna turn everything up to 9,000.
Well, and it reminds me of having worked as an illustrator. I'm curious about. I saw a lot of Instagram posts and things about. I think it was the 70-20-10 rule of like having a frame that was like 70% one color and then like kind of
20
having
another, and then 10 is your highlight. Yeah,
and then having the contrast, and then they used scenes from Batman the Animated Series, and I was like, oh, maybe that's why
that's a
my
perfect
brain
example.
what a beautiful way to use color.
When I think about that, I always think about Mr. Freeze, where it's like I've drawn Mr. Freeze like a million times in my life because I love it, but I always have a pop of red. So I'll have like muted greens
in the glasses, or
vibrant blues, and then I'll have the red, and it'll be the red in the glasses, or I'll have like him holding a rose, or like I'll do something right to add some red in there because it's so in the other direction from the colors that you're working with, right? But yeah, absolutely. That's a real thing. It's not necessarily a rule, but it's like something that makes your job a little easier to draw your eye to a specific point or to convey an emotion or whatever you're trying to do, right? But
it just kind of speaks to how color can be used to really make things pop.
And I think that doing that in film is important as well. So like when you watch something like Oppenheimer and everything is fucking sepia tone.
That's what I was thinking of when I said lit by candlelight, because that whole movie is it's like there's no there is electricity, but it feels like, I don't know, it has this vibe of everything's very dark because the movie's dark, but it's also Nolan, but it's also got a very muted color palette because of the era. Probably it's the 1930s and 40s.
And I know what you mean, Jason, is like there were scenes in that movie where they're, you know, in a university and they're having this really intense talk, and it feels like it's lit by nothing but the sunlight coming through the window that's like 10 feet away from them.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I think really put you there in a time and place. And for a historical film, I think that was probably the right move. But I definitely know that feeling, that like hyper-naturalism.
I was fascinated by that movie though. Like I really enjoyed it, and I know a lot of people were like, it's too long, it's boring, but I just, it didn't affect me that way. And Steve laughs because he's like, well, those people have no ability to focus on things.
I was laughing because I was picturing all of Oppenheimer, but Oppenheimer is wearing really bright red lipstick the whole movie.
That's
just
the
a
pop of color. If
Frank
Frank Miller directed it or whatever.
I wasn't laughing at you. That just the image popped in my head of
a bright yellow bow tie the entire time.
Just the image of Murphy, of Cillian Murphy, like with just like really ruby red lips the whole time, being like, "I've invented a bomb that can destroy all of Japan."
I'm gonna move on in the story. That's funny. I'm gonna move on in the story, but I just wanted you guys to take a look at this question. I mean, we're all pretty anti-AI, I would say.
Oh, big time. Yeah.
But
yeah, I think it depends. But it's
technically been used for over a decade. You mean interpolation? Like that's not.
That's
not,
you know what I mean.
AI. Like you at this point you're just.
I think for me it's so I lost a job to AI, which I still hold heavy resentment to this day about, and I don't like the use of it for replacing an entire person, because you realize you can use something else to basically do their job, sort of, but like it reduces the quality, but worse. Yeah. And I was really excited for this that train movie that's coming out, like the queer like drag train.
Yeah, the new John Waters movie.
It's not a John Waters, but he's not directing.
He wrote it, didn't he? I thought he wrote it.
I think he's just in it. But anyway, I was disappointed because I realized that they used AI for almost all of the CGI stuff for the train and like the exterior shots. And like the biggest argument that I always come across that I agree with wholeheartedly is that like this movie is camp. You could have a shitty Thomas the Tank Engine train model for like, $100 and film that with good lighting, and we would all be okay with it, because who gives a fuck, right? Like that's sort of and then they have this like really hyper aggressive CGI, but it's all just AI. And people like really went Sherlock mode on it and analyzed the hell out of every single frame. It was like, look at this, look at this, look at this. This is clearly AI. Like it doesn't even understand its own models. Like
windows are changing shape, and things are popping in and
the
out.
number of windows and like there's rails that don't exist, and it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to see it now.
As if you're not treating visual effects artists bad enough as it is, where you're overworking them, and like, God forbid, you have to pay them a real wage to do something really, really good.
Yeah. And it really sucks because a lot of people aren't going to go see this movie because of all of this.
Yeah.
And it's going to be another example that studios can use to be like, people don't want to watch queer cinema. And it's like, no, we do. No. We just don't want you guys to outsource a bunch of the jobs to a computer that's, sludging up our water and stuff. Like, why are you not using real people and real craftsmanship to accomplish
the scene that people picked apart is there's like RuPaul's walking and people keep handing them like a bunch of stuff from behind. It's clearly AI. And allegedly they like took a bunch of the AI out of the movie, but it's, like you were just saying, like the people still went through with a fine-tooth comb and it's still all there. The
issue is that also that the director like said no when they asked originally. Is he like vehemently denied any use of AI, and then he's like, well, some was used. And it's like, well, then now, and then it keeps getting larger and larger to the amount that was actually used. And it's like, you used it for so much. Like there's hundreds and hundreds of people that you could have employed for this film and you didn't. And like imagine like a queer, a queer person who works in the industry who would love to work on a project like this isn't being hired because they're just going to fill the position with generative AI, which is fucking horse piss,
Yeah.
Someone's dream to work on a project like this and they don't get to do it because they decided to.
Adam Shankman is his name, and the reason I was confused is because he directed the 2007 Hairspray with John Travolta.
I see. So I thought you just assumed that every movie with queer characters was directed.
Every gay movie is John Waters. Every gay movie that has like a weird premise, but it's supposed to be sort of a remake of like an airplane style movie.
Which theoretically I could get behind.
Or Soul Plane.
Too.
Soul Plane?
Yeah. I do.
Or Soul Train.
Truly. And even like I wouldn't be against using AI as a way to just be like, hey, like, look at this. We generated this whole thing with AI. Isn't it fucking weird and gross?
Isn't it bad and dumb?
Look how stupid this is.
The best use of AI is to detect when AI is being used.
And with STEM, in medicine,
the best use for AI is anything outside of creativity.
I don't think it should have ever been commercialized as like a generative tool to make images, video, and movie.
And I think we can all agree on that. I don't think this is going to be
this is
going to be an echo chamber at this point. I think
I was promised AI would make me not have to go to as many meetings when I worked as in an office job. I didn't expect AI to make me lose out on creative.
Well, jobs. I mean, ironically, all of our emails are just AIs talking to each other. I always forget that you can just generate emails with AI to I still type out emails because I just forget to do it. But if you look at it, it's just people sending AI responses to each other, and it's like two.
I'm glad you like it,
but.
If you need anything else,
shitting a piece of shit back and forth forever.
Yeah, two butts shitting forever and ever. And if I worked in a corporate office still, I would use AI, but not because I liked AI, because I realized the job was complete bullshit.
Yeah, I'm in IT, and I find it I use IT to like problem solve, and it's better than Googling because it just Googles for you, basically.
Yeah. As a person that still works primarily in the creative space, I read probably about 20 scripts a week, and there are writers that we bring on that I can tell are using it to generate scripts. And I think that it's okay within certain boundaries, but as soon as you start to use it for every single word, every single sentence, every single interaction between characters, and when you're allowing the AI itself to dictate the creativity of the story, like letting it push you in certain directions, I can tell. I've read over 1,000 of these fucking scripts at this point, and I know when it's happening. And I really, really don't like it because it's like there are other people that would probably be happy to do what you're doing right now, and you're not even trying here. I get accused of being AI almost every day.
You've
Just
been
goes.
AI because somebody stole your voice and turned it into AI.
Yeah,
My voice has been cloned multiple times as well, which is scary. I've had to make code words with my sister and my parents and stuff. Like, if anybody calls you asking for money, like,
Yeah. I told my wife about that phenomenon, and she was like, "That's ridiculous." I was like, "No, we
It's not.
actually need to come up with a code word in case I
Yeah.
call you asking you for our life savings."
Yeah.
You know, anyway.
I mean, both of
Big
us,
giraffe tail.
hundreds and hundreds of hours of our voices talking on the internet. Like, people can easily clone our
Yeah.
voices.
But I think the biggest thing is that, like, the creative process is supposed to be a joyous thing. It's supposed to be something that you engage in and that teaches you something about yourself. And, like, why would you want to outsource the creative process? Because you are learning about yourself, you're reflecting on your experiences. It's the most human thing we can do.
Yeah.
Why would I want something else to live for me? Like, that's
I agree with you, but I
what?
think that it's also not meant to just be joyous. It's meant to be hard. It's meant
Yeah.
to be
It's meant to be
developmental.
human. It's like it's
Well,
a distillation of the human experience.
And you're meant to struggle to get to a point that the thing that you create is good because of how much you struggle to make it, not because, you know, when I'm drawing something.
And that's what I mean by joyous, like a celebration of being alive and being
Of something
human.
you created.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
art
absolutely.
is suffering most of the time, right?
Well, you know, I've had to fight with that idea of, like, I have to suffer if I'm going to make meaningful art, which I don't think it's not true.
Yeah.
It involves some of that. It's not the point, but it is a whole mishmash of all of these complex feelings. And to simplify it by going, oh, well, I can just get this AI to, like, churn out everyone else's experiences for me.
When I was being first sort of soft let go of this company, I realized it was happening because I saw that they were, like, generating stuff and sending me AI images to be like, can you just, like, paint over this to, like, make it look less, you know, muddy and stuff? And I was like, so you've now removed 90% of the joy of what I do from me, because a lot of what I liked about painting and drawing was that experimental phase where I would give you a bunch of thumbnails and be like, well, I'm thinking, like, maybe the characters here and this and this, that. These are the color palettes that I'm thinking of using. And then I would make sort of a really simple painting, and I would really get obsessed with that one painting, and then I would make that into something great. Or good. Sorry, I'm not trying to suck my own dick over here. I make something great. You never seen a painting so good. Yeah. But then they've now taken that away from me and been like, just paint over this to make it look less like shit.
We're trying to make money. Just fix this, you
like,
fucking monkey.
Doing? And a lot of the time that's harder because I know what I want to go and where I want to go with stuff. But, like, you're just going to give me this muddy mess and tell me to paint over it and make everything sharper.
Yeah, because then you don't have any passion for it. You feel miserable.
No.
It dehumanizes you.
It hurts.
You're just a way to make money.
I remember that week very well because
sad.
They gave me like 4 or 5 paintings to do, and they gave me these images, and they're like, "Can you do this?" And I was like, "You guys have already basically told me that I'm being let go. I'm not doing this."
Yeah,
and they're like,
go fuck yourself.
"Oh, well, can you like?" I'm like, "No, I'm just not gonna do it." Yeah, sorry. Like, I don't give a fuck. If you guys need anything else from me, just let me know. But I'm not doing this shit.
Do you know who did not use AI?
Who?
James Gunn in the film Slither, which this podcast is
half an
supposed
hour
to be
about that.
Look, I'll get us through a bunch really quickly. There's an opening sequence that sort of shows this podunk town. I didn't write down what town it is, like where they are. Do you guys
I in my mind it was Tromaville. Like
Tromatown.
Yeah. When they went into the classroom and she's teaching and someone's drawn her with her tits out, I was like,
the town is called Wheelsy, everybody.
This is Tromaville. I was like, this is Nukem High. This is
Wheelsy, South Carolina.
South Carolina? That's like, it should be like,
that's like right next to North Carolina.
But it should be like the country. I guess it is the country. It shouldn't look like BC though. Anyway, did you guys notice when it's showing all the like weird people around town, there's just a guy with no upper lip who they just show for like 1 second?
Yeah, he shows up later as a zombie too.
Right.
He's the one who goes, "How you doing, killer?" and hits him with a shovel. Dink. And then you see he's like, "You want to fuck my wife, don't you, you fucking asshole?" And then he's got the I was gonna say hair lip, but I don't think that's politically correct to say anymore.
No, that's not hair lip. He's fully missing his upper lip. That's not.
No, it's up into his nose. It's like a little triangle.
Oh,
like having a cleft.
I think it's called cleft palate. Yeah,
cleft palate. Yeah. So yeah,
what does
there-
hair lip mean? Is it just mean because your lip is like as thin as a hair? I don't know what is that a slur? I don't know. I don't really understand.
my hands are full. I can't Google it.
My hands are full of
I
other
mean-
slurs.
Best to not use it until then.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
We get
Let me
a
ask AI.
yeah, ask AI. Well, you do
No,
that.
hair lip is yes, a
A derogatory.
derogatory term for someone with a cleft palate.
Okay. I won't say it again.
Um,
Sorry, internet.
The damage has been done, Steve.
Yeah, I'm canceled just like James Gunn.
we're gonna get dinged for shocking content immediately for that one. James Gunn is in this film for a short moment. They gave him a name.
As a
Hank.
nerdy, I think geology teacher. Or
His
something.
name is Hank, yeah, or something
Hank,
like that.
yeah.
She says like, "See you later, Hank," and he's talking about like, "Yeah, I've got this new lesson plan." And she's like, "No, he wants to borrow my lesson plan."
And he's
then,
like, I know what he wants to borrow.
I know what he wants to borrow when I ain't lending it.
Well, that's yeah. Speaking of that, that's when we meet Grant, the man with two first names, the two same names.
Have you guys ever met one of these people where their first name is their last name?
Well,
I've met-
Madison really wanted to name Locke Philip, so he'd be Philip Phillips, but not.
No.
I've never.
Not on your
Not in my house.
It'd be a cold day in hell.
Yeah, no, I've never met anybody with literally their first name. and
I
last
knew
name
a
were the
guy
same.
named Bill Williams. William.
Was he
Williams.
trying to take out John Marston? Oh, that's Bill Williamson.
Yeah.
I think that's
I
a
thought you were gonna say,
Red
like,
Dead Redemption.
Was he
Oh,
best
so
friends
it
with
was Bill
Han
Williams'
Solo?
son.
Yeah, he was the son of Bill William.
But I mean, Billy D. Williams is also like a pretty famous person.
Yeah.
So I've met a couple. I've met Chris Christopher. I met once. It's so weird.
Yeah, but Grant.
Grant is crazy. It would be like any of us being named like Pat would be your name, Pat. And-
Patrick.
Pat Patrick. I'd be okay with
like
that.
Steven Stevenson. Why would you do that? Why would you do that to your son or your daughter or anyone?
I don't know. I named him Locke
Yeah, you did
after
a
a
good
Final
job.
Fantasy character.
You guys
Which
did
is
a good job.
dope as hell.
Yeah.
So also
Yeah.
from the best Final Fantasy game.
It's true.
Also
can
with a
have that.
name like
We
a
can
name
have-
like
we can
Van
do that
West.
video game
was the la-
podcast we
Sorry,
talked about and have that conversation.
I also
Can
feel like
we
we shouldn't be
please-
just dropping your child's name on the podcast constantly. It's kind of weird.
Well, only his first name.
It's like,
But your last name is right there.
No,
I'm
it's
super
not.
terrified of people
Slither.
using AI to mimic our voices, but I don't mind someone taking out a credit card in my son's name.
Yeah.
No.
Anyway,
Sure, it'll be
That's
fine.
not his last name. Also, I'm not going to say what his actual last name is. No, like actually, he's got a different. It's hyphenated. Fuck.
also, we've said the last name on the show before. Go back to this time code. Of
No, I
episode-
cut that out. I cut
All
that
right,
out.
internet sleuths, get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cut. That
Anyway,
out.
the actual last name, Jason's wife's last name sounds like a vampire hunter name, and Jason and Locke, the beginning paired with the end. It's crazy. He sounds like a vampire hunter. Your child
gonna
is
be
going to
one.
be best friends with a blade growing up,
It's true.
glowing up.
Yep, he's gonna glow up. So yeah, the police discuss how Grant and Starla got together. Also, I fully thought they were saying Starlight for so long that I wrote her name as Starlight many times in my notes. But there's that joke.
That's crazy.
Watching a
why
lot of
did you
boys
think?
lately.
Why did you
Yeah.
think that?
That's
I don't know.
not a name.
Starlight is
It's not
a
person's
real name. Starlight is not a real name.
Starlight is the character from The Boys.
That is correct.
Yeah, but that's the superhero name. That's not her
I
name.
know. Um,
And yes, he is involved in superhero films. This is not that film.
Yeah.
No, it's true. That's also a TV show, not a film. But there was that joke that they make about, he says vagina, and it's where the Chinese are from, which I
No,
thought was funny.
he says she likes Gina, and she says, "What's a Gina?" And he goes, "It's a country, where Chinese people are from. Learn to
Yes.
eavesdrop better." I think the
Learn
end
to
of that,
eavesdrop
the
better.
learn to eavesdrop better is the best part of that joke.
Yeah.
I feel like the Gina joke is probably something that James Gunn has had in his fucking ass for like years and years and years. Like, as a joke.
He used to say
Like, what?
Chinese with his friends.
Yeah, him and his buddies.
It's one
used to be
that-
like,
yeah.
yeah.
When
Couple of
he's like,
Chinese.
I'm finally getting it in there. I'm finally going to give this.
I'm going to
world. You're
Chinatown.
welcome.
Yeah, Big Trouble in Little China.
Well, no, I want to go back. He has there's a joke later about him not being able to open a door, and there's the joke in Guardians 3 where he's just open the fucking door, and it's the one F-bomb in Guardians 3. And I'm now wondering if every James Gunn movie has like a trying to open a car door joke in it. So we have to go back and check for Chinese as a joke as well, I guess.
I think this is the only one.
Well, I was planning to watch Super after this, so I'll get back to you and let you know if there's a.
Let me know if there's a car door joke and a Chinese
and a Chinese joke.
Yeah.
So over to Grant and Starla's house. They're gonna have sex, but she's not in the mood. And it seems like they're having a weird, bad sex life. But also the teachers were sort of talking about like how did those two end up together. I will say we do learn throughout the movie that Starla just sort of got stuck in this relationship and he's got money and she had wanted to go off to Hollywood. But Michael Rooker, before he turns into a nightmare monster, he's not like the worst looking guy. You know?
No, he's kind of hot in this movie, to be honest.
Yeah, he's looking all right.
Especially
he's no
like,
Nathan Fillion. He's no fucking 30-year-old Nathan Fillion.
He is kind of gross, though. I mean, like, what do you think? I just have a button to turn on and off? He goes, "Sure, you do." Boop boop.
Yeah. This is all
gross.
It's all gross behavior, but I mean, like, when he's lying in the bed there and he's just like, he's got his shirt off and stuff. I'm like, Michael is looking all right now. He looks pretty good. But yeah, it's more so the behavior that's childish and bad.
Yeah.
Also, I do appreciate that he isn't like. He's gross and he does like the nipple flip thing, which is, demeaning and not nice. But then he also sulks like a little baby. And you're like, oh, he's also just a child. Like he's done. Yeah. But you also learn throughout the movie, he's also a creep. He found a 17-year-old and married her. That's fucked up. But you also realize throughout the movie that like she is literally the only thing that he cares about in his entire life. He doesn't, he almost cheats and then doesn't. And the only reason he does is because he's an alien worm in his brain. And then you also like the only thing that's connecting him back to humanity is her, which it means that his love for her is more powerful than alien intrusion into your brain. Like it's like he's gross. Yes. He's probably a little bit despicable, but he also says multiple times that he never felt love before. He never had love before. And she's the only person that's ever loved him. So you're like, you kind of feel bad.
I mean, I didn't feel that bad.
I didn't feel that bad either, but I felt like a little bit of humanity there that I could connect to and I could see. And I was able to see through the grossness a little bit, you know?
It's funny to think that Mallrats, just this Michael Rooker
would you like
thing from Mallrats. It's funny to think that this is like 10 years later after that movie came out or more, and he looks the same just to go to his kind of attractiveness. But sorry, Steve, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That also reminds me, like, I just got in as a volunteer for Halcon, and they just announced Jason Lee is going to be there this year, and I was like, oh, come, like,
but I mean, if we have to take Michael Rooker's hottest performances, it's definitely Yondu. Blue body paint. I'm sold.
Yondu is daddy.
Yeah,
he's daddy.
He's daddy.
I may not be your father, boy, but I'm your daddy.
I'm your daddy.
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Yeah. You look like Mary Poppins. Is he cool?
What a moment. Is he cool?
He's the coolest.
What a completely different take on who Yondu is in the comics also.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Some sort of space redneck like bounty hunter versus like I am Yondu
with a heart of gold, though. Yeah. Space redneck with a heart of gold versus like this grandiose. Like, we got every
regular superhero.
Every space person thinks they're the shit. But I loved him in this movie as like I wouldn't really call him the villain because you're right.
No, the villain is Jack the Mayor.
Yeah,
I guess I think that's what I was trying to say is that like I don't think that he is as bad. Like I even think the movie is trying to not form him as like a bad.
Yeah, he's humanized. Yeah, you definitely have. You know,
but he's also very childish. He's very jealous, and he's very he's not a good person for sure.
Yeah.
But there's enough humanity there for you to be able to connect with him and realize that like everything that's happening to him is also bad for him. Yeah. Like it's not really like feeding on a lot of movies like this would be like it's going to take the darkest parts of you and make them come to the surface, where this seems like he's trying to fight most of that, the entirety of the movie, right? Like
Wait, there is a moment later on that we'll get to that I think kind of sums up how his character is perceived and how our kind of like protagonist reacts to it. Just kind of as Henry, Diary of a Killer. That is a deep cut. Has anyone here seen Henry with Michael Rooker?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Now that is an incredible serial killer film that was super low budget and very lo-fi and really fucking cool.
Oh, Henry, yeah, I have seen Henry. Yeah. I have seen this. It's very old, but I haven't seen it in a very, very long time.
Yeah, he was maybe the first guy to make serial killers sexy.
I gotta say, Michael Rooker is kind of a Sam Jackson in that he's been working forever and has been in a million things.
So many things.
This is also evidence that like sometimes a man in his like approaching 50s or 50s is hotter than he was when he was in his 20s.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I don't think that Michael Rooker is hotter in Henry than he is in this movie or Guardians of the Galaxy. But that's just my own personal opinion. I think that Michael Rooker is also just like a beautiful man. Like have you ever seen that clip of him at like some sort of panel show or whatever, and there's a bunch of people lined up and he's like, you can all ask me one question each, and it's like, can I have a hug? And he's like, yes. It's like, and then he's just like,
I have. He's like, he seems like a genuinely fucking phenomenal dude.
Yeah, which he probably is if he keeps getting called back to every James Gunn project over and over again, sometimes as multiple characters. Anyway, he just seems like a good person. So maybe I might even be giving the character in the movie that he plays more benefit because of the fact that I like Michael Rooker so much. Where I'm like, I find him charming, you know?
They make it really hard for you to dislike them even when they're playing a villain. And you're like, fuck. Like, I mean, still.
Oh, wow.
Which he plays in almost everything he's in. He almost never plays like he either plays a person with very gray morality or just a villain. He's never really a good guy in a lot of stuff that he's in. He plays
Henry's
like a
from
horrible racist a lot of the time.
1986.
Oh my god! When I said
third movie,
okay, it's not lo-fi. It's just shot in 1986.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought they were going for like a lo-fi thing with like filters. Nope.
No. It's an 80s indie flick, probably.
It was shot on Super 8, is what it was.
Yeah. So we go to the karaoke bar where he meets Brenda. They go into the woods drunkenly.
The younger sister of one of his ex-students or something, which...
Yeah. It's not great. She had a crush on him. They make a bunch of poop jokes because her name's like Brenda Mathers or something like that. And he's nothing but a little turd girl.
BM, yeah.
Yeah.
But he does turn her down when she tries to put the moves, and then they find the little pod thing that
he says
a trail of slime.
He gets worried about Starla. He's like, Starla worries if I'm out too late. And
I gotta get home. I can't. Home. Yeah,
I can't be bucking you in the woods or whatever.
I think that was his like redeemable moment where you're like, okay, well, like I can't completely hate this guy.
I think that's the movie is. It wants you to at least be on board with him a little bit so that you can see his struggle to claw his way out. Like the movie wants you to know that he loves Starla more than anybody else on the planet, basically. And you know that's proven multiple times throughout the movie. At the end, when there's all the photographs of her everywhere, and it's like it's borderline creepy and obsessive, but at the same time, like it is the love of his life. It's his starlight, if you will.
It's a starlight. Yeah. But yeah, there's the little alien glooper sort of glooping around on the ground with a snot trail, and it shoots a quill into his
hooks it with a
chest.
stick.
And then it has that weird effect where it's like the Mortal Kombat fatality vision and shows it go up into his brain and like,
which I really like
his brain. Yeah,
I was into that. Yeah, I thought it was really charming. I was like, okay, it's not great, but it does the job and it knows what it is. It knows it's just like
it doesn't
just
have
want you to know what's happening here.
It doesn't have to exist. The movie would not suffer if that wasn't there. And I like it. I like that it shows it go all the way through his whole body right up into his brain as well.
And we talked about things being colorful. It's just like, okay, yeah, it does. Everything turns blue except the skeleton. This little black things like crawling through it. You're like, okay, it's visually exciting.
It's like
Cool.
Predator vision for 1 second. We're like, oh, we
Yeah.
get Predator vision, cool. Even though there's no Predator in the movie, this is literally just for us. You know, no one else in the movie is seeing this. This is there specifically for us, the audience, to know.
Well, I think that speaks to James Gunn's kind of aesthetic, where he's making movies for the audience because he himself loves movies. So he's like, yeah, I want to see stuff that's like cool.
Yeah, it makes me think of the Suicide Squad, where he found all these really interesting and fun, cool ways to show like title cards everywhere. Like the smoke would be a title card in the sky, or like the elevator button would have, you know, it's all stuff that you would have just as title cards. But he's like, no, it's going to be integrated into the shots, which is like, you know, you're giving information, but you're doing it in a way that like is visually creative and interesting. I think that he's just like, he's only gotten better since this moment.
Imagine giving James Gunn $200 million to make Slither. Oh my god, what a movie that would be!
Right,
Slither man.
Yeah. But Grant wakes up and he heads home, and we get kind of an Edgar.
I mean, you know what? The Suicide Squad ends kind of like Slither. Well, the Starro, like
yeah,
it's kind of slithery. Yeah.
Yeah, they become pod people.
Yeah,
I liked that movie a lot.
The Suicide Squad.
You know, I've only watched it once in theater, and I did like it. I just have never, for some reason, I've never gone back to watch it again. And I feel like I remember so much of it that I'm like, I don't need to watch it again. It was great, and like I remember every little detail of it.
I watched. I've seen both seasons of Peacemaker, and they reference bits from it.
Yeah,
in both seasons. So
Peacemaker was kind of stellar.
The first season was good, and the second season was like it was also good, but for different reasons.
Yes. But I loved me some Polka Dot Man too, like making Polka Dot Man interesting.
Dalmatian or whatever his name is.
Yeah, David Dastmalchian.
Yeah, Dastmalchian. Yeah,
he was so fucking good, and to like take this. That's what I love about James Gunn, taking the weird like D and C list characters and then vaulting them right to the center and being like, yeah, these guys are weird and interesting.
Watching the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker TV show reminds me of going into my uncle's basement. He had all these old DC. He was a DC guy, and he had all these old DC comics from that era, that like late '80s, and going through a Peacemaker comic and being like, "Where the fuck is Batman? Like, what is any
Who
of
the
this?
fuck is this guy? What is going on?"
Yeah, so that's why I like the vibe of what James Gunn is doing with the DCEU. Is we're gonna get all these weird Z list. It's what he did with Guardians of the Galaxy. They're the Z list superheroes that he was able to give actual characters to. It's kind of like
Mr.
Alan.
Terrific?
Yeah, it's kind of like Alan Moore with the Watchmen, taking these like nobody characters from a defunct comic book company and then turning them into household names for like a year.
I can't. I'm so goddamn excited to see what he's going to be doing with
What are you
Lobo.
talking about? Isn't the Watchmen like all original characters? No.
Well, isn't that complicated where they were real characters that he sort of shifted?
I think they were kind of based on like Silver Age characters that weren't like the pre-Superman comic book heroes that didn't really have any powers.
The Watchmen was not a DC property until later. It was acquired by DC after the fact. It was not.
But I thought that the characters were were properties that were owned by like you may as well just look it up.
I feel like this is wrong information.
Yeah,
but also I think it has to do with maybe I'm wrong in that he wanted to use DC properties in a similar way that James Gunn is, where he wanted like the Question and Blue Beetle to be Night Owl and
they're versions of characters that existed. So
okay,
yeah, kind of like
the Night Owl is Batman because everything about him is Batman. But yeah, no, they're all original characters. That was
and Dr. Manhattan.
For a minute there,
Superman.
I questioned my entire reality as a comic book figure. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it turns out I didn't have to panic because I was like,
okay, sorry about that.
But they were just kind of like throwbacks to
traditional. They were
hero tropes.
It's like The Boys or like what's that other one? Immortal. What's it called? Invincible.
Invincible.
Invincible. Yeah.
They're not.
So
they're not.
It's kind of referencing.
They're not real
mainstream
characters. They're just looking at other things and being like, this is this guy. This is that guy. This is this person.
Yeah, they kind of had their equivalencies.
Yeah.
So he heads home, and we get an Edgar and Men in Black kind of moment, but with meat instead of.
It's a bee sting.
Yeah.
he's all weird and fucked up.
Yeah. I got stung by a bee.
And then we get a moment where Starla's waking up and hearing like him home. She sees like his truck outside, like parked weird. And then we see Grant in like the basement. I thought it was the garage, but it's the basement, making a nest. And then he comes upstairs to like some music playing, and then Starla, I guess, realized that she has to
Not some music, the music of the movie. Doodle ding ding, doodle ding ding, doodle ding ding. It's the music.
And she seduces Grant.
You are every woman in the world to me. Yeah, come on, we know. It's the.
She sees.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say she sees the mark on his chest that is a bee.
Ain't nothing but a bug bite, sugar pie, or whatever he calls her, sugar plum.
And then the next day at school at work, Starlet tells her coworker that like, he was great, and it seemed like he was like this new man, and she's like, he's like a kid searching around, and I was like, that's kind of gross.
Finding new parts,
It's like he was discovering all these new parts of my body like you never found before, like a little boy or something. And I was like, what the fuck?
And then cuts to him going, meat.
Yeah,
meat.
Give me 8 ribeye. No, 10.
Yeah, you know what?
14.
But then they show his truck.
Yeah.
Then they show the bed of his truck, and they're just like, clearly he went to every store and did that.
No, they don't show it. It is a hard cut from him being give me 14 to just the entire bed of the truck is full
just
of
covered in meat.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think that was what just grossed me out the most about this movie is just the amount of raw animal meat that it's consumed.
I started to think of the smell.
This is the closest I've ever come to going vegan ever.
I agree. And like, yeah.
Do you mind passing me a little bit of that possum?
Possum, just a little bit. I'm hungry.
I'm hungry.
Gross.
Eating. Yeah. But back at home, the basement's locked, and he plays it off like there's your Starla, your birthday's coming up. He's like in 2 months.
Yeah,
and he goes outside.
You really think you should be asking questions like that so close to your birthday? She's like, my birthday's not for 2 months. That's close.
That's close.
That's not close.
That's
a matter of opinion.
Yeah, for some reason, the matter of opinion, like that is a line from this movie that just like creeps me out and has stuck in my brain since
that was
watched it.
Weirdly
matter of opinion.
Sinister, like aggressive, like needlessly aggressive.
Yeah. There's a couple of lines in this movie and a couple of visuals that have stuck with me.
Well, and I think that's the beauty of Michael Rooker is that he can walk that line of like, he's still kind of delightful, but also,
And he probably talks this way to her all the time. So she's like, okay, what the fuck? What the fuck you got planned for me?
That's actually a really good point. He's probably a creepy weirdo all the time.
But yeah, she's like, I mean, it's fine. He's just being a little eccentric.
Yeah. Also, I have nobody to compare him to in this town because everybody's an insane redneck.
Yeah. You can compare him to everybody in the town.
Except for arguably Nathan Fillion, who seems to be like the one guy who isn't a complete fucking creep.
Yeah, but he's like the Bruce Campbell.
Yeah, he's the everyman.
Yeah, which I guess for a little, I mean, he has kind of been his Bruce Campbell for years, right? Like he puts him in everything. And he can't get away with putting him in stuff all the time. Marvel wouldn't allow it. And then finally he got his fingers deep into DC where he's like, I make all the decisions now. You're the new Green Lantern.
Well, and you know what? I don't think there was a better casting for Guy Gardner.
Fantastic.
Like, him flipping the bird.
Yeah. But it's annoying to me that Nathan Fillion never got to be anybody in the MCU except for like voices in like Deadpool. I think he's one of the.
Doesn't annoy me.
Yeah, I think he played a prison.
He's in all the Guardians movies.
Yeah, he played like prisoners and like weird aliens and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He should have been a Nova Corps guy if they ever fucking pulled the trigger on the Nova Corps movies.
I can see him, but like I don't know who I would cast him as. Like, do you guys have any like dream castings for him in a Marvel property?
The only dream casting I even have for him is Nathan Drake, I think.
Which he like. I mean, he got pretty close to the short film that he had.
Yeah.
I feel like I like Nathan Fillion, but I feel like for me it's like Firefly or die. Bring back Firefly, or I don't care, because like in the MCU, like what is he? I don't know. He's too old now to really play anything. Even the Guy Gardner, it's kind of wild. Like, but I mean, a Green Lantern is a perfect character because you can be old and out of shape and not really fucking. It doesn't matter, you don't have to take your costume off ever.
That's the beauty of Guy Gardner and him playing him, is that it's like the ring goes to find someone with the strongest willpower, and it went to Guy Gardner because he's a delusional prick, and his willpower is unmatched because he's so goddamn delusional.
I'm also one of those people that but like I enjoy his voice work a lot more than I enjoy him on screen. Like I think on screen he's fine, he's charming and he's handsome, like it's good, but when he's doing voice work, it's always better for me.
I'm frankly not mad that the Firefly reboot is going to be animated. I think that is actually a really phenomenal choice. And I
also really liked him in what's that fucking show where Drew Barrymore's a zombie? What the fuck is it called?
The Santa Clarita Diet?
Yeah,
that's Timothy Oliphant.
Isn't he?
Or is Nathan Fillion also in that?
He's in it. He's like a severed head for like the majority of it.
Oh, yes, okay, my bad.
That was great.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought you were like just misremembering.
Like,
I thought you had not seen it. And just
I don't misremember things.
I don't misremember. I think that Nathan Fillion, I think it was a huge swerve to have him as Guy Gardner, but I think he could have played Hal Jordan. I think that would have been
he did a lot of times as the voice actor.
As voice acting, yeah.
No, but I think he made a great Guy Gardner because I don't think anyone else could have pulled off the bowl cut.
No.
It's a hard haircut to pull off.
It's like make it more bowl too. I saw like
that's more bowl than cut, if you know what I'm talking about.
I saw behind the scenes stuff where he's like, how long do I have to have this haircut? And it's just James Gunn be like, more bowl, make it more bowl cut. Right, but he has.
We love Nathan Fillion here.
We
love
like him
Nathan
in
live action. I like him in animation. I just prefer his. I think his voice is like it over. Like his performance. The thing is, like again, he's like a Bruce Campbell, where James was trying to get him going forever and ever and ever, and he got stuck in TV world, and now finally he's able to be in like a. Because I mean, he
played the Rookie for the last like 8 years.
Yeah, but that's
and then Castle. Like he's made
Bones. I'm telling you, like he's been a great TV actor forever, but like he doesn't get to be in and now he's in the DC EU too. I don't even know what's
and
called.
I gotta say, I met him very briefly during the Edmonton Fringe Festival. He was just outside in a town square.
He was in Fringe, the show.
Yeah, well,
I remember Fringe.
But yeah, he was just randomly chatting up a huge group of people in some town square in the middle of the city. And I walked by and I was like, what the fuck's going on over there? And I'm like, peeking over shoulders
Everyone's
and stuff.
Talking to
and it's just, it's just people talking to Nathan Fillion. So I went up and I was like, hey, Levy and Firefly, how are you? And he was just holding court. And I just kind of walked off like, that was weird. So, yeah. I mean,
does anybody have any questions that aren't about Firefly? Like, no.
Yeah, when's Firefly coming back?
Whole crowd disperses, just like, well, shit.
Okay, no questions about Castle.
Yeah, I've got lots of Bones material.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to ask me about my time as a severed head on Santa Clarita Diet?
But Grant starts having kind of a zombie style attack where he eats a dog. It's heavily implied that he eats a dog. We find the dog later. Spoilers.
And he hasn't eaten it. He just
it falls down from the ceiling.
I don't think that he's not eating these things. He's not eating them. It's
he's feeding them to.
He's feeding them to his wombs. I believe they're called.
No. But the reason why I think he eats that dog is because he's like looking at Starla like, I need to feed, and then he goes outside.
Yeah.
But then you see that dog later uneaten.
No, its neck is all bitten.
Yeah, it's got its neck, its throat ripped out.
But that's what he does to the cow. He cuts your throat and brings you to bleed out so that you can eat without being all bloody.
Oh, maybe that's a bit of a theory that he is taking, like, since he's connected to everybody. Is it a
theory when you're correct? I'm just kidding.
But yeah, I guess they're all a hive mind, and at that point, he
He
wouldn't
doesn't have a
her
high.
as a
He has
woman.
no high. He's the only one at this point. He's the little prick that got into his chest. He doesn't have his.
Oh yeah, he doesn't. He hasn't even gone.
Yeah,
and
that's
gotten
right. Yeah,
Brenda yet.
he hasn't gone over
Oh
to her
no,
house.
because
And
Brenda is the one he does go when he's looking at her like he's going to feed on her, and that's not for a little bit. Sorry. Anyway, but he is eating the meat.
he's definitely eating the meat.
Well, he needs to eat.
The meat.
He doesn't eat that
Obviously.
dog. You see the dog. The dog is not eating. It just has his throat cut open. It's not eaten.
Okay.
Not
So
entirely.
anyway, the night
Some of
night
it.
Grant is starting to look worse and feel worse, and
Yeah.
there's a cool effect of him like shambling over to her in the shower with his chest pulsating, and then he we see what the Slither is for
I
the
hate
first
them.
time.
I hate them.
So many
Chest
Slither.
tentacles.
Very,
I
So
love
gross.
very phallic.
I love the chest tentacle monster. I love.
I think it's
in
like the way they move
video
it that
games.
it makes me
Yeah.
freak. It reminds me of
Yeah.
Resident Evil. I mean, he
It
basically
that's what I was going to just
It's
say.
he
even-
turns
yeah,
into a Resident
very
Evil
Resident Evil.
monster. He also turns into a Fallout monster. He basically
He also
is-
turns into a centaur from Fallout. He also turns
Yeah.
into the Thing from Thing.
That's what I was trying. Watching him like shamble towards the cow later on, I was like, "What does
It's
that
the
remind
centaur,
me of?"
yeah,
It
from
is the
Fallout.
centaur, 100%.
I wonder if James Gunn has played Fallout.
Oh,
There's a
almost
lot of, I
certainly.
think, video game. There's like, it's more Resident Evil than Night of the Living Dead a lot of times in this movie.
Yeah,
With his crazy arm when he's like running out of the room and it's hitting everything.
And the way when
Knocks
the
a
head
lamp
gets
over.
blown off, the way that the worm comes out is the same as Resident Evil 4, which had just come out a couple of years before this.
Yeah, I think that came.
that
out
came.
in
Oh my god, I can't believe that
2003 or
came out.
It's like 2001 or 2002. 2006, guys. That's crazy.
I bet
Resident,
you.
I think I'm more amazed that Resident Evil 4 looked so good for a game at that period.
Oh man, the remake looks incredible.
If I ever meet James Gunn one day, I'm gonna ask him if he played Resident Evil 4 before Slither. Oh, I want to know that. I want to know that.
Yeah, actually.
That's the only thing I think I need to ask him.
It's the only question.
Because I think you're right. When his arm goes all weird.
Yeah, and he knocks all
what the
the
fuck is
shit
that?
over, and then like it hits the door on the way, like, which is very funny. Like it's a very funny rubbery, because you can tell that's like a tactile, real thing that they put on Michael Rooker. You know, like
I
which-
wonder if someone's
which
just got
this-
that in their house. Just
Yeah.
like in
Which
the
this is the
closet.
arm
What
from
is this?
Slither. Yeah,
Michael Rooker was injured from that prosthetic, and he dislocated his arm, and he still finished the movie.
Yeah, he got it in the can before he was like, "Hey, can someone like relocate my shoulder?"
it's not located in the right spot.
Yeah, I need someone to just like seat this back into the joint. Yeah, but like fucking, I think that speaks to Michael Rooker's character as well, where he's just like, I know how much this movie costs. I mean, it's dislocated. It's not going to get any less dislocated for
Right.
a little bit.
Let's
So,
just
like,
finish.
let's
yeah.
get through the
Listen,
day.
this
I'm
thing
a
pops
tough as
out all the
nails.
time.
like okay.
I'm a tough as nails redneck. I can handle it. So he this is the scene where he like can't eat Starla, so he goes to Brenda, but he just says, I gotta go to work. I gotta go to work.
Gotta go to work and then runs.
Yeah. So we go to Dear Cheer 2005. This is sort of like, Nathan Fillion is a little bit more enlightened than the rest of the people. He hates hunting, but the whole town, they have a whole festival to start the hunting season.
Yes, and I love, I'll never understand someone who wants to like blow the head off of a deer with a high-powered rifle kind of thing. So you can tell he's really out of place in this town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He still like has a Carolina accent, but he clearly was like raised right or raised by liberals.
Well, and I love the kind of like bookend that they put on it near the end that we'll get to. But yeah, you can tell he's kind of like, what the hell? How did I end up staying here? What the fuck am I doing? Hey, and yeah,
He
they
was
have a
ROTC.
whole line dance festival in this bar.
Yeah. But also juxtaposed with
Juxtabozo. That's a clown name.
yeah. That's actually that's a good drag queen name. Juxtabozo. Juxtabozo.
I'm juxtaposed with a clown. Doodle-doo-doo-doo. One tit's smaller than the other. That's your juxtaposition.
Hi, Georgie.
And that's the clip.
Yeah. Grant goes over to Brenda's. She's watching fucking. I didn't know what it was.
Like
but you
Toxic
said it was
Avenger.
Toxic Avenger.
Yeah.
I immediately, while I was watching this, I wrote down in my list of movies that I need to watch all 4 original Toxic Avengers and the remake. Because I just did that with with Deathstalker. I watched all the old ones and watched the remake.
Classic.
What a great adventure that was.
Yeah,
adventure.
I like that you remember the theme song over the title of the movie, which is completely fair. It's one of the best themes that ever existed.
Deathstalker. That remake of the song from the credits, I've listened to 1,000 times.
I don't think I've ever
It's so
been
good.
more excited in my life than when I put on the remake of Deathstalker, and I was like, the theme's got to come, right? And then it like panned up from the trees, and it was like, down, 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 down.
All right, well, that one, I saw all of the originals. I have not seen the remake. It's going on the list.
Yeah,
it's not good. Don't.
I'm not
set your
expecting
expectations high.
The
but
80s ones, but
good.
it's stupid.
The first 4 weren't good.
That's true. Yeah.
That's not why I'm showing
Keep
up.
your expectations with that. It's not good.
Yeah.
But I like
They range in quality from softcore porn to movie that exists.
Thank you. That's my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Softcore porn to movie.
Oh, they also
Question
do.
mark?
You remember in the second one where it goes, "Beow." Remember that like weird sting that always happens? Beow.
Yeah.
They do that as well a couple times.
Second one's my
Okay.
favorite one of the original 4 BT dubs. It's an actual comedy. It's a straight comedy.
Well,
And
and
it's
if you watch
dumb as hell.
if you watch all of the Toxic Avenger films, I would love to do the remake on an episode, or even the original. But like, I was a big fan of the remake, and I'm a big fan of Jesus Christ, he directed it. Sorry, Toxic Avenger.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm blanking.
He did Blue Ruin and a lot of really great films. Macon Blair. Macon Blair.
Macon
He's
Blair.
done great genre work for the last few years.
Yeah, that's I wanted to watch it when it came out, but I just, there's so many movies.
Well, he was also involved in Green Room, which was fucking incredible.
Oh yeah, that's one that I heard was good and I really want to watch. That's a
R.I.P. Anton
Blumhouse one,
Yelchin.
right? Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's the horror movie with Nazis in a punk bar.
Yeah.
Oh,
But it's like a
Patrick
kind of like a
Stewart plays a
revenge
Nazi,
flick, right?
everyone.
he sure does. He plays the Nazi.
Yeah. He's like,
There was a
Nazi who ever lived. You're like, Patrick, is that you?
there's a fun line when he goes to the door and she's like, "I thought you died," because the last time Brenda saw Grant was the-
Don't I look it? Yeah.
yeah, which I thought was a great moment. Bill chats up. I'm still writing Starlight in my notes here. That's so funny. So I'm such an idiot. He chats her up. He's chief of police now. They have like a clear tension about their past. We don't really get into that yet here. But Mayor Jack gets on stage. He rants about men having dominion on Earth with regards to hunting, while we see Grant use his slither powers on Brenda. And it's very sexual and very gnarly and very.
We haven't really talked about this mayor, but what the
He's
fuck?
just introduced here,
He's
basically.
the fucking worst.
Yeah.
He's so good.
His
It's such a
intro
great
is
deal.
very good. Yeah, where he's just
Yeah.
like, get the fuck
He like
out of the way,
he spills
cocksucker."
his drink. Oh, at the beginning of the movie when he's trying to park. Yeah, you're right.
He's not even trying to park. He's just in traffic.
Yeah.
He's just driving in normal.
Somebody's
middle of the
stopping
day
at a
traffic
red
with
light, and
drink.
he's like, "Fuck you! I'm in a hurry. I'm the man." They're like, "Hey, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
how you doing?" He's like, "Hey, how you doing?" And the best part is that you would expect him to turn back and be like, "God damn it," and like think about it. But what he says is, "Easy come, easy go," which he's like not concerned about his bad behavior. He's like, "Well, you know, I'm just gonna keep acting like me, and they might keep electing me." I don't know.
Well, it's
That's small town living for you. He's like, these rubes will fucking elect me anyway. Who gives a shit?
there have been some politicians over the last several years that are very much like this particular politician. We can't say his name on this show because I'll get an election.
Demonetized.
Yeah, exactly. Which is crazy. Anyway, I won't
Like,
editorialize
politicians
on
are
that.
always upstanding human beings who are the echelon of society. What are we talking about here?
Yeah. But Starla gets home. and Grant never showed up to Deer Cheer 2005. But he is home and he's all messed up. He says it's just a bee sting. And he's like, yeah, I just had to go to the doctor. Dr. Emerin or whatever, who is the character played by Rob Zombie, I guess, is what we learned in the
voice on the phone.
Which is fun.
Dr. Carl, I think it was.
Yeah. And Starla calls him the next day. Doctor's like, I have no idea who you're I don't know what you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. And then over to Grant just cleaning up meat frantically to try to like hide everything. And you know, we get Starla looking around town. She sees a poster of the dog. She's sort of putting things together, like, who is my freaky nightmare of a husband? And Grant, sorry, my next note was Grant has Brenda in a barn, and I was like, did I skip
Brenda's in a barn? That comes in, right? That song?
Yeah. But no, she's just there and she's kind of, you know, she just wants meat and she's super hungry and infected.
This is one of the most disturbing parts of the movie to me.
Yeah, he's got her chained up and he's just like,
yeah, and she has this like big saggy like pregnancy belly that is clearly full of, and she's like, I can't stop eating, I'm so hungry.
I never knew someone could be so hungry.
Well,
I think this element is the thing that people remember, and then the thing from the poster where later when she's like I call her a tick. She reminded me of a tick, and she explodes, and then the worms come out. I think that's what people remember. But
they refer to her as a womb in this movie.
A womb.
I don't mean
you need both those things in you to get wombed up.
Yeah.
Which is a horrible sentence.
And I mean, like when it's very rapey, like the whole sequence, right? Like
the penetrative aspect
and just like her movements as well. It's very disturbing. This is where I'm like, there's not really anything funny about this sequence. Like there's a lot of funny going on in
like this is where we get the body horror. Like this is the horror part in anything that happens in that barn is the horror.
It reminded me.
This is a comedy body horror, I think, is a better delineation.
It reminded me a lot of that movie, Color, where the purple color comes from, or whatever the fuck it's called, with Nicolas Cage. I can't remember what that movie's called.
Color Out of Space.
Color Out of Space.
Yeah, based on the.
That's a Lovecraft.
Yeah,
that was a good movie, and it's very weird and
this feels Lovecrafty,
colorful.
And you know what? I think that was a very accurate depiction of Lovecraft, and a very slept on film.
And it's a remake as well. I'm pretty sure
because it actually disturbs the fuck out of me. Like it makes me
when the mother and son are fused together in the attic back to back. It's or not like anyway. It's crazy. It's on like Netflix too, which is
go watch that film. Yeah, it's a great time for the whole family.
Yeah,
I have theories about that movie I'd like to talk about at some point in the future, but
in both of them we get a weird people fusion dog pile.
Which is that's where the Lovecraftiness comes to it, where it's like, oh my god,
weird flesh mass.
They do this weird effect that is still very effective, because I remember seeing it for the first time and being like, how the fuck did they do that? And now watching it, I'm like, oh, it's clearly CGI mixed with like a lot of gooey, weird practical effects, but it still kind of works. Like where like he's getting closer and you're seeing these like strands of goo, and then the more he touches, the more it looks like they're molding together or whatever.
I thought they maybe did it backwards and added a little bit of.
I thought that as well, but when I was watching it today, I was like, it's a lot of CGI, but it's effective is what it is. Because if you're questioning how they did it, that means that like the effect is working. Because you're like, how did the fuck did they do that? Because it's tricking my brain into thinking what they want me to think is actually
it looks real somehow.
You suspended your disbelief. You're in on the game.
This cosmic horror your mind can't even comprehend is very effective.
Your mind can't even comprehend this cosmic horror.
Thanks, Lovecraft.
Yeah,
but Bill and his
trick that works way better in literature, where it's just like, don't even worry about it. You can't even imagine it, and you're like, I believe it.
I'm imagining it.
You telling me I can't even imagine? This guy he's telling me I can't even imagine.
I've been incepted.
It must be spooky.
But yeah,
I like this question from World Mind. What does it say about James Gunn to come up with this concept? Maybe
he's
it's a twisted
watched-
pervert. Maybe
he's
it's
watched a lot of old films. I mean, I
that's
feel like
true.
this is again, we talked about this earlier, how it's kind of a love letter to a dozen different old horror films.
I think we talked about, we said it's the beginning. There's not really any original thinking happening in here except for the execution, which is like, that's the best part about it, is that he's taken a bunch of stuff that everybody already likes within several genres of horror and melded it together in a way that feels unique and interesting, even though nothing about it is really unique or interesting. But the fact that we are still talking about it right now, and we're all like, it's a great movie. It's good.
Also,
even
what I know about James Gunn
times.
is, he's probably a bit of a pervert. I mean,
a little bit,
not to say that disparagingly. Perverts need love.
Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding.
You're all perverts in my heart.
That is true.
Bill and his partner head to Starless. They ask her about Brenda, and they say that they saw Grant go to her house, and Starless sort of it's like, probably somebody else, but the town has like 700 people in it, and how many people look like Michael Rooker?
I don't know, like she seems panicked, right? Because she, I think, knows something's going on, and she says like, it must have been somebody that looks like Grant, and like you can tell that
kind
she's
of in denial a little bit,
but she's like trying to convince them, but also trying to convince herself. I think that this is a kind of an important moment.
She's like,
not
he would never do that. He loves me.
It's not a brush off. It's a reveal. This is a reveal of like, you can tell that she's panicking, and that is 100% proven. As soon as she goes into the house, she immediately fucking breaks into the basement, right? She's like, I gotta go down in the basement immediately. Another part I love though is her breaking into the basement. In a lot of movies, this would be a slow, like dramatic, like she's shitty at opening the door, or what, like they would do like a bunch of stuff.
She'd open the basement door.
She takes that lock off in 2 swings. Yeah. She smashes the lock off 2 swings, goes right, doesn't even turn the fucking lights on. Just walks right down. Yeah.
I think it's a very effective thing to have somebody go like this when they walk into a room, and I can always know
rancid meat
smell is very distinct.
And until you've ever smelled that, you have no idea what it's like.
I will never forget a raccoon got hit by a car on Davenport when I lived in that neighborhood, and I had to walk to work up to St. Clair every day in the summer when I worked as a barista one summer between when I was a cook and when I was an IT person. And this exploded raccoon got progressive. The smell in the air in the neighborhood got worse every day until it reached a boiling point of something I'll never forget as long as I live. And I have never smelled a dead human. This is shocking content for sure. But I know now what an exploded raccoon smells like.
That's everything you just said sounds like lyrics to like a heavy metal song. and it's called Exploded Raccoon. Like,
by the band Anal Cunt.
Yeah. But the opening of the song starts with somebody walking in a circle around St. Clair for their IT job as a barista.
I worked in a dive bar kitchen one time, and we had deep freeze that essentially fucked up, and it was just like a whole weekend went by and like days went by, and you pop that open.
Yeah, I used to deliver beer for the beer store, and I would have to go through a lot of back delivery areas that were in the heatest, hottest, stinkiest
next to dumpsters. If you live in Toronto, you know.
So I'm very familiar with the smell, and it's one of those smells that you can't really explain. The smell of rotted meat is like, and
it's like your brain scrubs it clean as soon as it can. It's just like we need to not remember
it's
that.
Almost it's almost like you're not smelling it so much as you're like feeling it like down here in your throat. Like the it's like, you know, the smell, but then it travels in. And it's telling your body that you need to run away. It's basically your body giving you a signal to get away from that, because that's poisonous.
This is danger.
Yeah, exactly.
It just lights up your fight or flight system where you're just like,
no, I'm out of here. Dig it in. The rabies of the city infects my soul. Dig it in. Everywhere I look, I see exploded raccoon hole. Dig it in. Sorry. I had to perform.
You
that
are
for you.
every woman in the world to me.
I'm every
Classic
woman.
James Gunn needle drop.
Yeah.
Anyway, she finds his rotting meat stash and so many dead animals. And then Grant returns and he's like mutating even harder. He tries to use his slither powers on her, but she fights him off. And as he's about to finally slither her, Bill and the police show up and see him. Now, this is a rare thing where
And
it's
he
not
says,
just a couple.
slither me timbers. And he
Yeah,
runs away.
slither me this, Batman. But it's a rare situation where, like, it's not just like a couple people see the monster. The fucking whole police
town.
force is seeing
Every
it.
cop.
And
Every cop on
Jack-
duty.
Jack still says, like, there's no way. And they're like, we all saw it. I don't know what else to tell
Yeah.
you. We
The mayor's
all
like,
saw
no,
it."
no, no. We must
No.
have had it wrong.
The hell are you talking about Squid Man? He's like, was I keep Squid Man away? Like the whole conversation just evolves into everybody being like, we saw what we saw, Mayor. You can't tell us what we didn't.
Yeah.
And he's just straight up gaslighting the entire police station. They're like, no, you
Right.
didn't.
That's like 6 people.
He had
It's
fucking
grown
Lyme
man.
disease or whatever. You know,
Yeah,
you go
yeah,
there,
you know, you
touch
pick up
deer
some
deer shit. with your-
and then you eat something and Lyme disease. Like
you
that's
eat
how that
sandwiches
works. Yeah,
without eating your,
Sure.
without washing your hands, and boom, that's your Lyme disease. right
that's your Lyme disease. Which, yeah, maybe in South Carolina,
I mean,
Yeah.
that's not even how you get Lyme disease.
it's
No,
not
they're
even
from ticks.
close.
You get
Close.
ticks who have eaten deer, like who've been on a deer or a Lyme diseased animal. But it's maybe that's how it happens. Maybe ticks
Well, I mean,
are getting into that poop.
I think that's
Wait,
what
do
the-
ticks get Lyme disease from deer? Is that how that works?
I think so. I'm pretty sure that's
Oh.
the transfer. You're getting a deer
or
burn.
eating deer shit, I guess. But
Yeah.
I think that's the point of the joke.
So I guess
is that-
yeah, by the transitive property, he's right, kind of.
I was like, oh, when he said that, because I know that it's. Yeah.
You're like
Yeah.
you're eating a Ziploc bag
Maybe
full
he's
of deer
onto
turds,
something.
and you're like, oh no, why
No,
do I keep
no.
eating these deer turds?
Maybe
so
he's
good.
not
It
as
tastes like
dumb as I
berries.
thought.
Yeah, wait a minute.
But
They
so,
all just like shrug it off and like, oh, I guess it's just a weird thing we saw.
Well, I do want to mention that this is the grossest part of the movie for me. There's like a lot of gross stuff in this movie, but for some reason, his like split skull with like his brain coming out and like hair coming out of his brain. For some reason, the idea of your brain growing hair is so fucking vile and disgusting to me that every time I would see it, I would be like, "Oh God!" And I think this is why Jason, I was like, "Don't eat while you watch this because there's
you
a
did
hairy
mention
brain."
this earlier, and I hadn't noticed it. I had to go back and look at it, and I was like, "Oh God, Jesus!"
It's so disgusting.
I can never unsee that now.
Imagine you like split your skin open and then you had like a bunch of muscle coming out and then hair grew from like that's not where hair grows from your skin,
See,
not from
that's the
under it.
real body horror.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it really grosses
what's
me out.
freakier to me is your hair growing normally on top of your head, but it grows down into your brain.
Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
like
it's
it.
not a great thought. It's just
I've
something
never
I
been.
thought
I've
about.
never been.
You know,
happier with
Jason,
the
that's a real
ball.
harebrained idea.
Yeah, that's a real James Gunn harebrained idea.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen to me.
No,
Ever.
more me.
But what
I
if that's
haven't taken
only
this
what's
hat off
happening
in a long
to you?
time.
What if all your hair decided to reverse itself?
Yeah.
It would explain a thing or two. That's for goddamn sure.
That's why I keep shitting hairballs out.
Why is he such an idiot?
Well, his hair is growing into his brain, but it's not giving him like a villainous superpower or like a horror style power. He's just dumb. Just dumber
just
now.
drinks too much. He's
Yeah.
got hair coming out of his ears now.
Which weirdly was already, it's like a metaphor for growing older, and also he was kind of already dumb to begin with.
Oh, maybe the Slither is the friends we made all along. I don't know.
But yeah, the Slither is kind of a metaphor for.
Maybe the Slither
My
is the
brain.
hair we lost all
Yeah.
along the way.
My brain is slithering out my ears as we speak.
We've all been there. It's when you do science experiments up your nose too much.
Doodle-ding ding, doodle-ding ding, doodle-ding ding.
I just want to see the colors, Duke.
Yeah, why can't I see the color no more?
I need
Christopher
bright colors.
Nolan
No
has
more
changed
Christopher
how
Nolan. Okay.
Do you remember Speed Racer, Jason? Do you remember Speed Racer?
I just
remember
want to
the
go back to
colors.
Speed Racer.
I remember when there was like a guy who was like mostly gold in a black and white movie. I know that was a different movie. That's Sin City.
It's called The Yellow Bastard.
Mostly gold.
That's what the chapter's called, and he's yellow as fuck.
I don't know if that was gold. Yeah, that was a gross.
He's a
jaundiced
nasty
yellow.
It's not even like a nice yellow too. It's like almost
It's like bile yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the. I remember him like pussing over it with that fucking gross yellow color.
Oh, he gets shot in the neck at one point. It's just fucking.
He's like the kind of yellow that you paint the walls of Laser Quest with.
Forbidden Stinky Smarties. It's piss yellow.
It's piss yellow.
What are these words in sequence?
World Mind is on it tonight. He did make another. He has another message for us, but I want to bring it up when we get to the Tick Woman. But we kind of have this situation where it's 3 days later. We kind of already talked about the conversation they had about Lyme disease. But he's just been at large for 3 days in this town. And we go over to this farm where they're looking around, they're finding all these animal parts. This is comedy, like them like holding up the head and be like, I found a head, how did it get so far away? This movie, not for nothing, has a lot of like really good, like funny moments. It's like what we talked about last week with Cabin in the Woods, where there's actual funny stuff happening. And the opposite of Jennifer's Body, who the comedy detracts from the story, and Jennifer's Body should have been played more serious. This has the almost perfect blend, like Cabin in the Woods, the perfect balance.
Yeah. So this scene where the like centaur version of him is kind of like slowly slugging its way up to the cow, and they're all kind of watching and commenting, and like they are spectators to this weird fucking thing. And as a viewer, you get to kind of sit there with them going, yeah, what the fuck are we watching right now?
What is that?
What is happening?
Yeah.
And those moments where they're kind of chatting with each other, going like, it
This is
creates
where
a
I'm
lot
like,
of levity.
There's a lot of levity, but there's also moments where like some of the conversations feel real, and some of them feel like again, like it's the Chinese people come from there kind of joke, where I'm like, oh, James Gunn's been sitting on that joke for a while. He's found a place to put it or whatever, right? Like,
and I'm curious how much of this comes straight from the script and how much of it was just them kind of riffing a little bit and having fun on set and doing a little bit of improv. And I think maybe that's kind of where you see that perfect blend of James Gunn maybe just having a little bit of fun on set, going like, what would you guys say if you saw this crazy shit going on?
Yeah. For some reason, I feel like the mayor he's probably one of those actors that improvs a lot of like, holy shit, like when he's like, look it up, asshole. Like that feels like like that's something that felt like it came out of that guy pretty naturally. Like, yeah. But also like that's another James Gunn alum, right? Like he's in all the Guardians of the Galaxy movies as well. He's Peter Quill's uncle, and like he even is right. He's in the second one, and I think he's in the third one. Like he's just like, he doesn't, in the first movie he has dialogue, the second movie no lines, the third movie I think it's just him going like he's there, but he's there, he's in all of it.
He just needed the paycheck.
Yeah. Or it's just James Gunn being like, hey man, like
I want to pay my friends.
You want
to come be a day player.
It's a role that like doesn't need to be filled by anybody specific, but you can come and do it. So like, why the fuck not? And he's like,
James Gunn, like I mentioned earlier, James Gunn is a bit of a Kevin Smith. If Kevin Smith had made that Superman movie, I think Kevin Smith would be have a higher stake in Hollywood.
Was never meant to direct that movie. He was just writing.
He was going to write it, right?
Yeah.
That was,
but still,
being written for Tim Burton.
Yeah, but my point is like, James Gunn made small movies, wrote small movies, got to direct a couple small movies, but then because the MCU was like, let's take these smaller directors and see what they can do with a big budget, and then
you can even just look at Tim Burton. Like Tim Burton has done the same thing his whole career. He's got every single person that I think on the last Dumbo, he called Danny DeVito up and was like, Danny, we have to finish our circus trilogy, because he always has him as like a weird circus man.
Batman and
what's the one with Big Fish? He plays like a circus.
He played the ringleader. And
then in Dumbo he's a ringleader again.
Oh man, like, Big Fish.
He's kind of a ringleader as the Penguin.
That's the first one. That's the first. The first one is Penguin. The second one is Big Fish. And
we have to complete. And I never would have put that together.
Yeah, But that's
amazing.
literally what he asked. And then, you know, Danny DeVito likes Tim Burton. Tim Burton likes Danny DeVito. He's in all of it. But like,
Why not?
tons. I mean, Helena Bonham Carter and Johnny Depp and like all these. Like he likes to cuck his wife or whatever. Wait, hold on. Sorry. He likes to have people around to cuck his wife. No, wait, hold on. He likes to just hire people that are his friends.
Yeah, and the cuck his wife. Before we get to the centaur bit that you mentioned, Pat, there are a couple other things that we kind of glanced over. We did talk about how they gun up, and there's the grenade that's Chekhov's gun. But Starla also says, "I need to go with you," and they're like, "Of course you fucking don't need to go with us." Starla.
Are you talking about Starlight? That's what
Starlight.
That's what I have in my notes.
Right. Thank you. But she manages to convince them by saying, you know, I can help you because I'm linked to him. He wants me, and I can help them give up Brenda because, you know, he clearly loves me and needs me to be there. But then we're also introduced to the new characters at the Otis farm, or I think Otis is just the dad's name. Kayla. The final girl. In my opinion,
she's not
I think it's Kayla.
Kylie, but yeah, I don't think she's
Kylie.
I don't know if you can consider her the final girl, but she's just a girl. She's a teenage girl.
I consider her final girl because she goes through a very like horror segment that's very old school 80s.
I'm gonna have to go to the rule book and say that the only way you can be considered a final girl is if you are the only girl left at the end.
But I think that's the subversion of expectation. There's two final girls. But
I also find it like, how often does the final girl only appear like halfway through the film?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say this is halfway. I'd say this is like near the end.
Yeah, this is well into the.
Well, let me talk about Laurie Strode in the Rob Zombie Halloween remakes. She doesn't show up till 3/4 of the way through the first movie, and then she becomes a weird Rasta man.
Her daughter is the final girl, and also she showed up at the beginning of the Halloween series. So I think that completely dismantled. This is a fresh
she was being brought back from the original, so it was being retconned and skipping over a bunch of the other remakes.
I'm just saying. I think it's a subversion. At any rate, there's two final girls. I think that was intentional. At any rate, again.
But I think what we also talked about the reference to Freddy earlier, and in that film, the woman in the bathtub. Was she not the final girl in that Freddy film?
I think she was.
Sure she was.
We're not at the bathtub yet, though. We have to finish off.
No, I know, but
I'm just saying it. I think it supports his theory that maybe it was
also
meant to be.
It's visual. It's visual iconography. Wait, you want me to press your fucking theory button? Jesus Christ!
Theories.
Thank you. Good one. I think it's a funny, good one. Okay, so we're introduced to this family. They run this farm that's sort of the forests line this particular farm that have had sightings and animals going disappearing. So they're going to enter
the like the best access to where they need to go, basically. Yeah.
So they head into the woods from there. Then we go to the nighttime. They wait in the bushes. We randomly just find out that the woman on the police force is a lesbian because Jack just asks too many questions all the time. He's a piece of shit.
That's not true. They allude to it earlier in the movie several times.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think I remember the very first line.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
just because you like Gina.
Yeah.
What's Gina? That whole joke is just saying that she's a lesbian. I don't know how this is one of those through line jokes that goes to the end of the movie, or not to the end of the movie, but a lot of the way through the movie that I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I like
women being gay is funny in 2006.
Chinese is funny. Like, that's kind of funny. That's a funny line that I'm like, James Gunn has been sitting on. How do I get Chinese into something? Like, that's what it felt like. And then what is it? Like, he says, like, she likes to pack a box lunch or something. And then he's like, you're fucking kidding me. Like, they're speaking in gay code. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Anyway,
euphemism for lesbian.
Yeah.
We learned through this that Starla wanted to go to Hollywood and be a star, and her and Bill were friends as kids. She was 12 and he was 14. She rolled up to his window in the night and was like, I'm going to Hollywood. And he was like, I will not.
And
although we do also learn that she wanted him to be her bodyguard, which is interesting, which it kind of plays out in this.
And that he was a cop from day one.
Yeah, he was ROTC when he
called her dad and reported her.
He ratted her out.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're up to the point that Pat was talking about a few minutes ago where we finally see Grant. He is a mutated combination of the centaur from Fallout, but also he looks a lot like the Thing from Thing when you see the Thing from Thing, which we hadn't really seen until 2010's Thing prequel remake. You don't really see it a little bit in the original. You see it a little bit in the original movie, but they don't like.
You see a lot of it at the end of the original when they go down to the spaceship underneath the ice, and it's a giant stop frame animation gumball man monster.
But it weirdly looks more like the CGI mess from the prequel remake.
Yeah, and I think they allude to it earlier during the gear up scene where he's talking about like, oh, we're going to this farm and this guy's house, and one of them is the McCready farm, which is a direct reference to the main character in the Thing. So they kind of cue up the weird Thing reference.
But I do think that we're all correct in saying that this thing looks way more like what's it called from Fallout?
A centaur.
A centaur, yeah.
It's like a 1-to-1. It's wild.
And the centaur is interesting because the centaur goes back to Fallout 1 and exists through all of the games, which there's things that kind of come and go from the franchise. And I always forget about the centaur.
I would also bet James Gunn probably played.
Absolutely.
Yeah. As a gamer who is also a writer, he definitely played those games because at the time, I think they were some of the best written video games of all time.
Yeah.
So
and even if he didn't, then at least somebody on his art team was like, "Hey, we got this thing from. What about this thing from this?" Like he probably surrounded himself.
Fuck yeah,
that looks good. I like this.
There's a particular kind of mutation that I think only really exists in the first two Fallout games, where the centaur mutations can take over like a whole room, like they mutate over the vault. So when you go into a vault, the final boss of the first game is this like overlord mutant like mess that kind of also looks like the centaur and also this monster in this movie, especially at the end when they go into a room and he's sort of taken over the whole room. That's how I know that James Gunn knows ball when it comes to video games, because of how many like almost video game references to horror there are in this particular film. But also it looks like something that fell off my dick in the water.
I don't like that.
You don't like that?
I got a chuckle at that line. I
did. I laughed at that. Like, ugh.
Didn't understand why he was saying this. This is one of those
moments. Fuck.
Yeah, you're like which war?
Probably the Civil War. I don't know.
The Civil War.
The Civil War. Which is a joke from the movie we did last week, Cabin in the Woods. Would that be the one where there's brothers versus brothers, blue versus gray, or whatever? But yeah, this is one of those jokes. It didn't really land for me because I was like, okay, he's so old that he was in a war and something fell off.
It was a Gina level joke. Like,
yeah.
That's another one that James Gunn is just trying to cram in at any point.
Yeah, we were like fighting the Chinese
during the war.
That seems like the Chinese.
You know when you like see those clips of like Anchorman or something, and they're just riffing, and then you hear the director in the background be like, "Nichols, yeah, Nichols," and he's like, "Nichols." Like it seemed like one of those where James Gunn was like, "It looks like something that was squeezed out of my dick hole during Vietnam," or it was probably a lot of dick stuff because it does look like a syphilitis or whatever of the wiener.
Of the wiener. Yeah. So we see him get a cow and take it into the woods, and then they confront him. And the one guy, this guy's just like a redneck that was part of their group, and I forget. Was it Brenda's like husband? Remember when he shows him? He was like, "Where's the half Mexican?"
And he challenges
was this
him.
The guy? And he challenges him, and then he chops him in half.
Seeing him come out of nowhere and being like, "Wait, who's this fucking guy again?"
Yeah, they didn't do a good enough job of letting us know who that guy was.
Yeah, they didn't really establish him at all, but he does get his ass cut in two.
Yeah. Also,
It's a good
I don't
effect too. This is a really good like.
Yeah, well, yeah, because
Sort of like the
and he
winking-
furrows his brow, and the skin kind of like separates when he
It like,
furrows. And I was like,
but it like
oh,
it like
shit.
winks a little bit, where it's like opening and closing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then it fully. Yeah, it's a good effect. I think this works. This is one of those things where you're like, I don't remember this movie being this fucking good. Is like,
I thought that was one of the better visual effects in the film for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. So then they go after him. They find the barn. They find a bar and they start drinking. They find the barn and it smells terrible. They do the same thing. It
smells like old mayonnaise in here.
Yeah, it seems like it smells worse in the basement too, because they're all like, but they go in. Brenda has inflated to massive size. I've been calling her the Tick ever since. She's like a tick or something. Spoon. She's still so hungry. That's gross to me. And then when the mayor barfs, you get that.
This moment actually freaked me out when I first.
Yeah, this was the most horrifying moment in the film.
So I'm a little bit younger than you guys, I believe, and I remember being like legitimately kind of freaked out when I was watching this because it's frightening. Like her hair is thinning because she's like clearly not getting any sustenance. She's starving because
she's pressed this far.
Well, and apparently they built that whole rig. And they had like a plank for her to lay on, and she the entire time she was just laying on this plank with her head in it, and everything was built around her. It was so big,
like, which makes sense because like when she's like it seems like people pushing a plank, but like
like just rocking her back.
She's getting bigger and bigger because you assume the way my brain plays with it in my head is like. There are probably like these egg sacs that are exploding inside of her, and every time one explodes, it expands and they move. And so when she's moving forward like that, there's more and more of them preparing to explode.
Well, and my thought was, this person is still alive. Her human parts are still in there,
and they're probably
her skeleton. Where are her like internal organs? Like, how is that?
They're probably all right there, right? Like they're probably not spread throughout it. They're probably right there. Like right where her face is, and
like
everything
else. The physiology of the thing really concerned me.
I can World Mind's question that I skipped over because I thought it would be more pertinent. What movie was referenced when it comes to this woman overeating? Was it Monty Python? Bring me my bucket.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it could have been
because he does do those kind of like everything kind of grows in these waves. Yeah. I mean, this is also one of those moments that like it doesn't make any fucking sense. We don't need to talk about whether or not it makes sense. It's just kind of creepy and scary and weird. Human skin wouldn't do this, but the fact that it's doing it in this movie is very weird and frightening and kind of gross. And like the fact that everything can spray ooze and goo and acid, like it just makes you be like, don't worry about it. It is an alien moment, right? Like something breaching from within a human is scary. It's scary and alien because people look normal and then all of a sudden it bursts out of them. This is frightening because the body has been transformed into something horrifying. You're just a giant water balloon basically full of leeches.
I find it different than like the glutton moment from Seven where you're just like, oh, that's sad and kind of realistic because that person is human size. Like I can see that within the realm of possibility. This is like, oh, this is insane.
Yeah.
The human body would not do that. We're in the realm of something weird.
And
I have a question for you guys. Do you know what horror? Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to.
No, I was just reiterating that it's genuinely frightening to me. Like that idea is frightening to me. Like a body being contorted in a way that it really shouldn't or couldn't is frightening, and it's effective.
There was a horror movie that scared me as a kid that I don't remember. I just remember a pregnant woman giving birth to an alien in a toilet, and the human fetus creature killed her husband as he peed. I don't know what that is, but you guys are more versed in horror.
I'm gonna need more information than that.
Yeah. That was Aliens, I think.
I remember Dreamcatcher had an alien coming out of an anus, but that was that's about as close.
I remember in Communion when Christopher Walken was dancing around with those aliens. I think he probably peed on them.
We did Dreamcatcher on this show before.
Oh,
yeah,
that was a fun one.
That one.
Was there a butt baby in that movie?
There was a butt baby in that movie.
Yeah, we did that during my first Stephen King month.
Oh yeah,
that was a rough one too. I'm curious what you were just about to talk about, Jason. Like the difference between.
The difference between.
Well, you started a sentence and apologize for interrupting, and I'm curious.
What's the difference between? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. That almost got me on like, what's the difference between weird and eerie in the terms of horror? Because I was just reading Mark Fisher's book, The Weird and the Eerie. Highly recommend to any horror fan. It goes into the psychology of weird and eerie fiction. Great read.
Nice. That's a good.
It's the only thing that affects me anymore. I'm not scared of things that are supposed to be like catered to scare. I'm scared of stuff like this. Like this woman being turned into a giant blood bag is very scary to me.
Yeah,
because of how weird and eerie it is, and not.
You should read John Ligotti. He is a living horror author. The first season of True Detective, a lot of their horror they based off of his writing, which is like bleak and cynical and psychological. Mm-hmm. And I've been reading a lot of him lately, and it is rough. Much harder than film.
Worldmind says, I couldn't honestly tell you. I was like 6, and a babysitter watched this movie, and that was the only scene I remembered. Was she watching an adult film? Because
should someone call the police?
Yeah. Yes. Do you need therapy?
Was he?
He does.
What's that alien doing to that
therapy,
lady?
But probably goes to therapy because he's pretty
smart.
Yeah.
And we're getting into
this was a legit movie. Okay.
And we're getting into demonetization territory again.
Oh, we've talked the scene we just described. I'm not gonna be able to do an ad for this movie because yeah. At any rate,
because spoiler alert, she explodes.
She explodes. Yep, she explodes. Oh, there's the things from the movie poster. Steven, right before this scene, I almost messaged you.
I'm taking a bath.
Yeah. Oh my god. Perfect. I almost messaged you. I almost messaged you to be like, oh, the poster was a misdirect. The poster was a misdirect because the movie in the poster looks like a very serious horror movie that is about slugs that come to kill you in your tub. And I was like, there's no way that they're ever going to be able to make this movie into what I'm seeing in this poster. However, when she explodes into these worms, I'm like, oh. And then literally the next sequence, like literally I was about to message you and I was like, nope, just watch the movie and don't comment to Steven because Steven does not respect your anti-spoiler stuff. So you might just blurt out, of course, it's coming up. Or you didn't finish the movie?
Yeah. These are all things I would say to him.
It's true.
I might spoil the ending, or I might just say, like, what are you fucking not watching it? What are you watching it on fucking 5-minute intervals or some shit? How long have you been watching this?
Watching it on
I watched this motherfucker from beginning to end. And because I couldn't stop watching it.
And because it was a crisp 1 hour and 25 minutes. Like,
yeah, it's an easy go.
Bring back 125-minute movies. Jesus, like an hour 25 minutes. Thank you. I don't need 2.5 hours anymore.
But I mean, especially for concepts that are just like a concept.
Slither,
yeah, like I don't need my genre films to be 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Mm-mm. But you would want a 2.5 hour Firefly movie.
Yeah, but also you could just put that into my veins.
Yeah,
and that would be I would
put
die
a nail
happy.
with that movie on the end of the nail head and just lobotomize me with it.
Oh yeah, it just sprinkle a little fentanyl on the front of the nail and
lobotomize me with that Spider-Man.
Call that a fentanyl. You're gonna get fucked up.
Perfect, you've done it. Because that new Spider-Man trailer, by golly, nailed it.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, put that in me.
Fentanyl that up my nose and call me Jonathan, or whatever the saying is.
Got some science experiments to do. I'm gonna Vsauce this one straight up my nose. Every time I hoot drugs now, I'm gonna be like, "This one's for you, Vsauce."
Yeah.
Have you guys ever nailed your penis to a 2x4 and wiggled it around? Let's find out what happened.
Let's find out. Now, I'm going to have to look him up so I can just start doing a straight up impression of him.
You
I
could.
think you would be able to. Yeah,
You could.
Your voice
In
is
fact,
already
I
like
never thought
75%
about it,
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's my next Halloween costume. I mean, when I first shaved my head, when I first like finally realized I was going bald, I did a Sling Blade, Billy Bob Thornton from Sling Blade. Walked around for an entire day doing the
Oh God.
French fried potatoes.
French fried potato.
So just imagine me shaved and doing that while wearing actual overalls while high on LSD at a fucking party for like 9.5 hours.
I imagine you shaved every time I think of you. So
I think actually the last time you saw me in person might be the last time I actually didn't have a beard.
Oh man, that was 30 years ago. At this point,
Yeah, it was 20.
It was 20 years ago.
Which was exactly how long ago since this movie came out.
Yep. We probably were hanging out in a dank, I think it was a frat house or something. I think we took each other home from the bar, not for sex, but for science experiments.
Science experiments.
All right,
Yep.
guys, we all know what
Vsauce.
you're talking about.
Boner alert.
How many of these buttons do you have?
That's crazy. That's the one I was going to press.
See? We're linked.
All right. Carrying on.
We're
from-
actually, me and Steven are actually Michael Rooker at the same time. Sledged together.
Oh,
and-
you like meat pile, like gooey.
Yeah, we meet piled.
Yeah.
I've told Jason I refuse to be on the same side of the meat pile as him. He has to go to the other side of the meat pile.
That's fair.
Hey, yeah. If our skin is going to glue together, I'm gonna need you back to back.
I need a couple other people as a buffer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't
I don't want to
can't
get
be
used
that.
together face to face forever.
No, I'll get
Like the
so
color of the
upset.
space.
I'll be like,
So
"What
awkward
the
to run
fuck?"
out of
I'll be
things
like, you
to talk
stole that
about.
from another podcast. You'll be like, no, I didn't. I came up with it. I'm like, you didn't. No, you didn't, did
We
you?
both watched it because we can both only see in the same direction.
Hey, I've only seen one I've only seen one episode of Blank Check. You've seen the whole fucking litany.
I don't know. I've never accused you of stealing anything from them. Ding, ding, ding,
The
ding.
lady doth protest too much, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't even
Yeah.
know what that means. What's
Yeah.
shake a what?
Yeah. Where's the fucking Okay.
We've developed to making jokes about our personal lives and pressing random sound effect buttons.
It's true. This is kind of what all podcasts are.
No.
So let's carry on to a point of legitimacy.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Tick woman explodes.
And
Yeah,
then-
okay.
And then they all look to the east and they go, whoa! Okay. That doesn't happen. But they realize pretty quick that they're trying to get in their mouths, which is
Yeah.
frightening. And I really, really love that a bunch of them get them in the mouth. And then and then the mayor turns around and goes, they're trying to get my fucking mouth. Like I really like that he had the wherewithal and thought process to be like, not my mouth. Like he does not.
I
want
love that
anything
like
in his
everyone's getting up and they're like, oh, finally we got through that. We figured it out. And he's like, they're trying to get my fucking mouth. Like, come on, get on our level, man.
Yeah,
But
they
I
attack.
mean, like the reason I like that is because obviously Castle and Bones and all our main characters, like he's like, don't let them in your mouth or whatever. He's figuring it out, and then like the end of that sequence is the mayor being like, they tried to get in my fucking mouth, which means he figured it out on his own, like outside, because he's kind of like,
But like 4 minutes later.
yeah, because he was like barfing or whatever, because he saw her growing and he's like, this is disgusting. I need to go outside and vomit. Which, to be fair, I don't know.
It
If I
was
saw
gross.
somebody in that state, I'd be like, this is too much. I've seen human birth. I've seen a cow give birth. I've seen a chicken lay an egg. I don't think I can watch whatever is going to happen here. I don't think I can do it. A person ripped apart by leeches from the inside out.
You've seen all of those things?
I have. I've seen.
How much time do you spend on the internet?
I've seen all these things in real life.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's how I assumed he meant it.
No, well, I didn't think.
I
It's not even taking into account the amount of times he's seen it on internet.
Yeah, the internet doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Yeah,
You're
we're all
there.
on the internet all the time.
Yeah,
If
you saw it once in person. You were like, I hope this doesn't awaken anything in me.
Yeah.
The way I consider seeing something versus not seeing something is if you can pause it, you're not seeing it. You're just watching it. You know, you haven't seen it. You haven't seen it.
That's fair. That is fair.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see this one? So yeah, there's they attack several of the police and go inside their bodies. Grant impregnates you with the slug. Oh, this is me realizing how it works. We all know how it works.
Yeah, we get to the zombie portion of the film,
but then we also get
like
a really
here's a question. Just quick. How does this movie not end in an apocalypse the way that like Cabin in the Woods ends in an apocalypse? I know we find out how they destroy it, but at this point in the movie, this is the first time I'm watching it, and I'm like, there's so many parasite monsters going around all over the place. I don't really realize how it's working yet. How does it not just end up in them turning the world into Night of the Living Dead?
Well, and I'm also curious about this too, because at the end of the film, like at one point, near the end of the film, you get to a point where they blow up the right thing's head, and all the mind controlled bodies are kind of like falling to the ground, and you're like, oh, we're fine. But then at the end, where in the stinger, the post credit scene where the cat's eating a brain, it comes out of the brain, and you're like, wait, if it was alive, why would all of those bodies have collapsed? Like, why did the whole network?
Because the brain is not attached to the body anymore.
Okay, so it's alive inside the brain, but it loses connection.
The brain is dead. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So maybe it does.
That's what I mean. Also, to be fair, I did not know there was a post-credit sequence until this conversation. But this is what I am going to say. The brain is dead, so it has to get out of the brain into a new brain.
And also, it's a cockroach. At the end of the day, it's a parasite. Yeah. It's a parasite cockroach that can transcend planets. And it doesn't matter what the atmosphere of the planet is. It doesn't matter where it is. It can still thrive as long as it has a host,
right,
to consume.
So
I'm a huge proponent of found logic, where it's like, okay, what's the logical reason the brain is dead? Like that's
right. The brain is no longer connected to an electrical.
The brain bone's not connected to the lung bones. The lung bones got rid of the heart bones, and now all you got a dead fucking brain.
All of these things you've mentioned are bones.
The liver bone, the pancreas,
gallbladder bone. That's real important on Mars.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess that would be it. So the heart, the body's no longer generating potential energy and electricity, so it can't communicate. So it is living inside this hunk of meat and needs to get out. And so
the irony of it all is that James Gunn has this all written, like what we're discussing. He's probably got all of these rules written down somewhere. This is what we should be asking him.
I don't think so.
Well, get him on the show. Come on. Yeah.
James. Imagine James Gunn replaced Zardos. He came in and shot Zardos in the head. And
I really just think that you should just interpret it how you want to. My James Gunn version.
Give me the answer, Gunn. God.
Either give me the answer or give me a gun, because I will end it all right now.
That's dark if you take it the right way. That's what she said. So Kyla or whatever from before, she's in the bathtub like the poster. A little interesting twist here. This is
can
sort
I
of
tell you my misremembrance of this entire movie? I thought
would
this
love to hear
was Kirsten Stewart. I thought this was her in this movie for the longest time, even up until this week. I don't know why. I thought that it was her.
Kristen Stewart was 10 when this movie came out, probably.
I think she's older than me, isn't she?
Well, Tanya Salnier plays Kylie. she's still working. No, she stopped working in 2020. She was in Percy
Kristen
Jackson.
Stewart was born in 1990.
Yeah.
Oh, so she's younger than me.
She was 16 when this movie came out.
Which
Okay,
I think
well
she
then.
still could have pulled it off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a couple nipples in this, so maybe not.
Is there?
Yeah. The single
Yeah.
nipple, I think.
You see
Oh,
some.
I
nipples.
missed those. Wait, are we
I
getting
miss
more Rookers?
nipples. Yeah, no.
I don't know if this is a nipple you need to see.
I mean, I saw the Rooker nipples.
Well, it's also like one of those movies where they're not displaying the tits. Like
Yeah.
it's not a Jason Voorhees tit
Oh.
flick.
Where
So
they're just like,
the trauma apple does fall a little bit far from the tree then.
Yeah, but I also feel like James Gunn is not like he's like
Yeah.
that's an old thing. Like the draw is not that anymore. The draw
Well,
is other things.
And we talked about the remake of Toxic Avenger, and I think that was a big thing that I loved about it was that a lot of the comedy and a lot of the ways that they attacked the gross out humor did come with the modern sensibilities. Because there's a moment at a concert where like a woman rips her shirt open and like spins her tits around.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
no, I was gonna not be like spoilers, but then I heard it and I was like, that's.
And you're like, yeah, you go into a trauma movie, you expect that. But the thing that happens immediately after it, you wouldn't expect. And that I will not spoil for you.
Okay, thank you.
It's a dick. It's a huge wiener.
It's a huge human penis.
Yeah. Do you think they're gonna make a Toxic Avengers cartoon show out of the new movie like they did with the original Toxic Avengers? I had Toxic Crusaders action figures when I was a kid, and I was like,
I hope
don't
they
make-
do, but
they
I
don't-
still can't believe they got a cartoon show out of that movie. Like, in what world?
It's because it's mutants and weird. So they're like, we could probably sell toys of this shit, and that's all they gave a shit about in the 80s.
That's true.
Everybody was on cocaine. Everybody was like, let's
I
go to
had
the toy factory and see if we can make some toys out of this shit. We can probably do it today, even. I
had
can get
a
a meeting for us
RoboCop-
right now.
I had a RoboCop action figure that you put those snaps, those like poppers in its back, and he would hold his gun, he would click his back and it would make the snap noise. You know, the little
Oh, the caps, like a cap
yeah.
gun, like
Yeah.
pop, pop, pop. Yeah, that was just black powder. Like that was
yeah, it
legitimate
was literally
explosive.
just black powder.
I
Yeah,
can't believe they used to give us that as children,
you could buy rolls of it.
We were
Yeah.
all little
and we
pirates.
would often just light it on fire.
Yeah,
Yeah, and see them
all
all
right,
explode.
what if we stack 17 of these on top of each other and light them all
And then hit it with a
Let's
rock.
do it, boys. Dun, dun. Yeah.
I remember having the cops being called because we took as much of it as we possibly could, and then essentially just made the essentially. Yeah.
No, I remember. Yeah, I remember hitting them with rocks against another rock, and then popping in her hand. Like it's.
I like how Vsauce is making he's like, I'm gonna take a bunch of them and see what happens, and Jason's like, I was hitting them with rocks over here.
I mean, I legitimately made thermite at like 14.
I made thermite.
I did. I stole magnesium from the biology lab at school, and
This is
made my
live
own
on the internet.
thermite. Maybe you are Vsauce.
wait, is that illegal? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know. Like, I don't think thermite's illegal technically. Science.
Uh-oh. Boner alert.
Hey kids, go home. Make thermite out of rust and a little bit of lead and a little bit of magnesium. Endorsed by Vsauce. This is Vsauce telling children to go home and make thermite. Vsauce.
I think that was a good. I think that we could clip that and people would think it was real.
I'm gonna get a cease and desist in like 4 days.
From Vsauce, you'd be like, excuse me, you can't pretend to be me, especially when you look like me, sound like me, and wear all of my facial hair and glasses.
Yeah.
Like,
Also,
And
that's not
Army.
how you make thermite. Here's the recipe.
Yeah. Vsauce.
Vsauce.
Michael here.
That's his catchphrase, right? Vsauce. It's me, Vsauce.
No, it literally is. It's literally Vsauce. Michael here. The alien worms are like leeches, homage to Nightmare on Elm Street in the tub. She manages to fight off the worms, but as one worm goes into her mouth, we get a vision of the. I thought it was the home planet, but I don't think, based on how this thing does
no, that's
Yeah,
not the
this-
home
it
planet
was-
at all.
It was
That's
connection
yeah.
to the hive mind.
Yeah.
What I assumed that was the last planet that it was on.
The last planet
Yeah,
was on.
yeah,
Yes.
because it was eating an unidentifiable
And they were like
alien
muskrats
species.
or something. They were
Yeah,
like,
they looked like
weird
hairless. Yeah, weird hairless.
It looks
moles.
like the mole rats from Fallout, if you will.
it does look
And-
like that.
Also, it shows what it does. It turns them all into like a gloop of all of the beings like stuck together to turn into the hive mind. And so
and
this
if you guys
family-
want to know what they would sound like, it would sound like that.
Gather around, freaks, because marriage is a sacred bond.
marriage is a sacred bond. That's a really good. The whole clip is good. I want to hear. I can't wait to hear it after the show. Subscribe to YouTube, and we'll give you the version that Steven made. You can subscribe to our YouTube, by the way.
You can use it as your voicemail clip.
Yeah, perfect. Also, for $1,000, Steven will make your voicemail message.
And for $2,000, I'll show you my
My
rock hard nipples in a climatized environment.
Nice, perfect.
You should
Just
start
like
a
Chris
cameo.
Hemsworth. Yeah.
Oh, I should start a cameo as Vsauce.
We have $10,000 on our YouTube right now.
Oh, hold on. Let me get him going here. I need some.
No. You can't give it to everybody. You gotta
Right,
just
right,
find
right.
No,
five
no.
people that just gave us $2,000.
Well, I just pinched
Gotta
them
put it
both, so
behind
we're
the
getting there.
paywall.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So the mom gets gone, has to do the little girls. There's a mom who wants family day, and the next day, there's two little girls who are like kind of creepy. They're not twins, or they might be. And there's so many
They just seem like
slugs.
they seem like sisters who are younger, like maybe not significantly younger, but like younger than her, right? Like she's
Yeah, not
maybe in
like
her
the
teens.
Shining creepy twins or anything. Just
Also, they're kind of funny. Like if you like see what they're just being little kids, which is cute and endearing and fun. But one of them is so funny. Like when she's a zombie later, it's where she's like, and she's doing like a hello, my lady, hello, my dog. Like she's doing this like crazy shit outside the window.
And I love that was like probably the kid doing some shit, and James Gunn was just like, more of that.
Gold, yeah.
Just keep going.
Keep going. This is great.
Like
yeah.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
And that's where you get a lot of the fun of this film, like the camp, the not taking itself too seriously.
I want to talk about the zombie walks in this movie if we can get to that. Can we move along a little
Yeah,
bit here, Jason?
Let's get to these zombie walks.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's a ton between her fighting them off in the house.
No,
And then-
I mean, I like that she burns one with a hair curler.
Yeah,
or whatever.
and like
Cool.
you see the pus and
Well, that's
stuff.
what happens. Sorry, the one time I get up for 2 seconds, you guys are like, Grayson, what's next?
Yeah, let's move it along, man.
Let's move it along. Okay, so yeah, she makes it to the car after the whole family gets got. Then we go back to the barn. Their men are still alive, who got slithered. The mayor is being no help at all. They call them worms. I want to point that out. But Bill goes outside and sees a deer get slithered, which is going to come up in a minute. The mayor
What
rants
are
about
they?
it being...
They're not worms. They're like leeches.
They're
I feel like
they're
they're
leeches.
They
that's-
definitely look like, but they call them worms, but they are definitely leeches.
They're leeches. They're parasites. So they're
I used to
leeches.
work at a summer camp. I know I've mentioned this on the pod a million times, but I used to have to like fucking burn leeches off of children because we'd go into like the lake. and
Salt is fine. You didn't have to burn anything.
Yeah, we used to do it. We used to do
Hold
it
on.
with big lighters. We would just like burn them off.
No.
Hold
I used salt, but you are burning them. When you put salt
I
on them, it's burning them. I didn't
I
use a fucking lighter. I was like,
I straight up-
stand
I-
still. Stop squirming. I
gotta
gotta
The fact put
put
this that I made
lighter
lighter you-
up against you.
The fact that I made you do one of those. Hold on. Hold on. I'm glad we got there. But yeah, the mayor rants about it being bioweapons. One of the police wakes up while Starla is looking away. She's like washing her hands. She's got a face mask on. And Grant, that's what happens. And then we over to Grant. Grant is talking to her through him. Says he's going to tell her what he wanted to tell her what was happening with everything, but he couldn't. And then that's interrupted by the woman who has died. The woman cop, I think. And they start to rise like zombies. Yeah. All women.
Woman. I call all women the woman.
The woman.
The woman. What's up?
But this is what I think you were alluding to. When they start to rise like zombies, it is the most zombie shit. And it is very good.
This part is pretty good. Like this is like a sort of unique zombie rising that you have.
Very Night of the Living Dead.
Where one gets up and then another gets up a little bit after. Where like she doesn't know what to do because she's like, oh my god, he's saying all this shit my husband can say. And they come out and then another one gets up and then they start speaking in unison, which is like so creepy and so good.
She's having a pump action shotgun at him this entire time.
Yeah.
Like but the speaking in unison I recall as being like, oh, that's kind of like, oh, they're a hive mind big group.
Yeah. And it gets better as it goes as well, because like more of them start speaking, and they're at first they're kind of like speaking one at a time, right? Like one's talking, then another's talking, then the other's talking, and then they start all saying the same thing at the same time. Which would, if you were in any scenario where that started happening, you'd be like, I will shoot you. Now I'm definitely gonna shoot somebody.
Yeah, the weirder it gets, the more likely I am to pull this trigger.
Exactly. And then they start spitting ooze on each other, like acid.
Oh
ooze.
yeah, that's the first time someone gets hit in the fucking neck with acid.
Yeah,
I totally forgot they had that ability because I think it only happens like twice in the film. Like
there's like one point later where you see a bunch of them like spitting on one guy, or whatever, and it's frightening, but like
it feels like something they added near the end to just be like, I don't know, what if they spit acid?
Like aliens. But also it's I assume if you get acid spit on you, then you're food at that point, right? Like they're breaking you down to be able to be eaten.
Yeah, if they eat that much meat, you would assume that's kind of a digestive enzyme of some kind. Like the point is for them to devour as much meat as possible. So if you're not a host, you're food.
And I also wonder, because like, I mean, this is an end game question, but like when they blow up Grant at the end, do all the people that had the worm in their head, do they come back or are they dead?
That's what I was going to ask too. But also I was going to ask you guys what you thought about the acid spit. And Steve, you mentioned that it's like a reference to Alien, which is good. And then there's no acid spit in Alien. For some reason, people think acid spit exists. Right. It's just that their blood is acid.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But what I mean to say is like it's like Alien in the sense that like it goes on her and she has some sort of crazy allergic reaction. It's almost like an allergic reaction, right? Like inflamed.
But your point that it makes them into just like meat to be consumed is a good point, because I was like, what's the biological component of that? But yeah, it just kills, like it's that their way of killing you without
and you're already pre-digested.
Just drag you back. Yeah.
And
also
if they can't get a worm into your brain, then they're like, fuck it, we'll eat you then.
Yeah. If you're too smart to get a worm in your brain, then you're dumb enough to get eaten by us.
It's like, oh, you covered your mouth? Cool. Acid.
Yeah, that'll open your mouth.
Yeah, fuck you, idiot.
To death. But yeah, there's the scene where Kylie's in her car and they're trying to get into the car, and the parents,
probably the funniest part for me.
Yeah, it's Family Day.
Yeah, don't you know it's fucking Family Day? It's like, isn't it, Kylie? But then also like the girl being like, "Come on, Kylie, it's me, your sister over here. Open the door."
Just hamming it up.
Yeah. And then when he's like, "Otis, what the hell's going on here?" And he's like, "Poison ivy out back." And
Poison ivy is funny.
Cuts to the two little girls, and they're both like, "Where is she?" They're both like,
I just got stung by a bee. I love that they're like, hick brains are still kind of in there, being like, "Yeah, no, don't worry about it. We'll give this context.
Just blame it on poison ivy or bug bite. That's all you need to do." But then also like the way they walk. This is where you first kind of get like the full idea of like how they make zombies walk in this movie, which is not like any other zombie movie that I can think of. Like they walk in the weirdest, funniest
They walk in a weird way, like a shamble, but they can also run.
It seems like James Gunn was like, I want it to be like a zombie style walk, but I want it to be the weirdest zombie walk that we've ever had, where it's like, it's almost like, imagine your whole legs and arms both have cinder blocks on them, and you're just like you're walking like a snowman who grew legs and arms.
Well, it's a little bit like
move that your snowman.
I think James Gunn was influenced a little bit in this movie by Men in Black because of the way that they walk and like the way that he comes home and he's like, I need meat. I need meat. And there's a little bit of that in there, whether or not that's true, but that's my observation. I think that
it's clear that he did not make them walk like any other zombie movie that because there's a ton of other zombie movies that happened around this time as well, like within 5 years on either side of it. And like this is so funny. Like when they're walking, they're like, it's like he said, walk like your feet are stuck in mud. Like just like you have to like even though there's no mud around, it's like a worm going into your brain and not knowing how to use the limbs. Like that's what you want to.
I think that's why the Men in Black Edgar comparison kind of makes sense, because that is an alien piloting a human body that he's not overly familiar with,
right?
And they like the meat. Like, can I get you anything? Sugar water. It's like they know what they need. They know what fuel goes in this body. But other than that, not really much.
I can only imagine being like, okay, so what you are is a cockroach. You have 6 legs and you are now using 2. So try to imagine yourself like think about that, where you're like, I have to pretend like I'm a person who's used to using 6 legs to walk around, now having
but then Vincent D'Onofrio is a fucking genius and just is like, yes, that makes perfect sense to me. Yeah. He also kind of he's like, there's 4 legs in my 2 legs, but also I didn't put my face on right, so like you have to do like a, and that's like, a little bit what they're doing,
crammed into his skin.
Exactly. Like if you see a
feels
bug,
like he's like bursting at the seams and uncomfortable and trying to like.
If you ever see a bug like hiding in a corner, they do that.
But I also like that, like in this, because they're slugs, right? They're little like weird worms. They look like toddlers when they're walking around. Like all the zombies look like they've never used legs. So it's like,
and so this comparison is like if I were attached to the brainstem of something, it's like getting into a robot or like flying a plane, and you're like, okay, this controls the landing gear, this controls this other thing. That's all you get.
This is also Wrath of Khan.
You're like, right? Wait a minute. How do I change my Y-X axis? I need to change the Y. And you're like, you can't.
You go to the settings and change left to right from right to left.
Yeah. You're like context clues. So you're just like, okay, let's just figure this out as we go. So you're like,
and then also
you got a bunch of data being like, it's family day, it's family fun day. And you're like, okay, so it's family fun day, isn't it?
It's a bug bite.
At a very base level, you look at their thoughts and say what you think that the person wants to hear. So
yeah. So it's just like you're using your like heads up display to be like, okay, this is the information I have. Let's just.
I'm gonna mash A.
X to doubt.
It's like F to pay respects.
Yeah. It's like distilling all human experience to 4 buttons on a controller, where you're just like,
oh wait, a rock. Smash B to pick up rock and smash window.
Kind of genius. In reference to James Gunn's like inspiration for video games, just being like, yeah, you would have no idea how to control this. You're just gonna figure it out as you go along. Because I'd actually be curious to go back and see whether or not their movement becomes less mechanical and weird nearer the end of the film. Like, does it evolve in any way?
The longer that they're but also biologically they have to like integrate with so many different species of animals or whatever across galaxies. So human might be the first time they've ever done human, and that's why it's so weird.
Yeah, like this is the first bipedal thing that we've ever because the other ones were, I think, quadruped. The weird
they look like mole rats from Fallout also.
That's why the deer is so good at fighting. It's like
that deer freaked me out.
It has experience from the mole rat planet how to use the other front legs.
Let's get to that. So he's talking to Starla through all the police that are infected. They can also shoot acid now. And Starla blows one of their heads off. That's where we see it do like a Resident Evil alien,
like right at the brainstem, just like
umbrella thing. Yeah. Bill heads over to the farmstead and he sees the family trying to get Kylie. Poison ivy, maybe. Acid shooting zombie aliens is something that I wrote because that's a completely new
That's what
concept
they're
in
at.
my head. Starla killing the guy is super hardcore, where they're driving up and she stabs the guy through the neck with the street sign.
Yeah.
It was hardcore. And then they're having that car ride that's in complete silence. And then Nathan Fillion is like, Bill's like, so how are you guys doing?
That was
they're
one
like-
of my biggest laughs of the film. It's like,
Yeah.
so how is everybody today going? Like, oh.
Yeah. It's bad and it's not good. Calls
'cause
over
he-
to
You could tell that he was like breaking the tension, kind of funny, but also you could tell that he's also nervous, and like he plays it in such a way that you kind of get all of the complex emotions that are going on.
yeah.
Think
Think about that conversation in a non-horror comedy, and it's usually just like, I can't believe we just witnessed all of that. But he plays it like,
Yeah,
so
which is
how are you guys?
yeah, it's kind of trite if you're playing it serious, but if he goes like,
Yeah.
"How's your day going?" Like, motherfuck.
Yeah.
Which is the human response to a horror scenario like that, I think, is the like trying to just make light of it and be like, we're surviving, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
So
calls
then
up,
they
he
head
calls-
to the police station after
Yeah,
that?
he calls Jenna Fisher over the radio. She's dumb as hell. She's hilariously clueless. There's a lot of poop jokes in this, as I recall, and the Slithers do get Jenna Fisher.
Yeah.
And there's the scene where it goes back to the car, and Jack the Mayor grabs for a Mr. Pibb, and there's no Mr. Pibb, and he has a meltdown over Mr. Pibb. This is not a advertisement for Mr. Pibb.
I don't even know what Mr. Pibb is.
Mr. Pibb is an American sort of knockoff that has a bunch of flavors, I'm pretty sure, because it's like, I like the Mr. Pibb Coke, and it's just a cola. It's just cola. It's just
Okay.
Mr. Pibb is cola.
So yeah, so it's just like RC Cola. It's just like
Yeah,
off-brand cola.
I don't even think it's like a house brand. I think Mr. Pibb. I've had Mr. Pibb. I'm sure I have. Let's ask Steven.
You guys
Steven,
talking about Mr. Pibb?
Yeah.
I mean, what's a? They call me Mr. Pibb.
have you had Mr. Pibb before?
No.
Okay. Well,
So much
I
for
don't
that,
know.
I guess.
I don't know why that reaction was warranted. No.
Well, I
You
mean,
fucked.
it's what? It's cola, right? Like that's what it is.
Yeah.
Like it's just like a type of cola.
Uh-uh.
I like that he says it's the only type of Coke I like, which is
Which is the
Yeah.
actual brand that it's
yeah,
yeah.
which is
Yeah.
it's funny. But at the same time, I like that it's that sort of like minuscule thing that causes him to have like an actual freak out. But I think this would be better if it was a character that hadn't already been freaking out over and over and over again. But
I mean, I think that line, it's the only Coke that I like, just kind of encapsulates his idiocy, his entitlement, his just like
Yeah.
he doesn't even know what the real kind is. Like
and also he told the secretary of the police department to pack it. It's not like,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like it's
It's
not
you're
like he
wasting
packed
this
it
person's
himself.
time who's got
Yeah,
an important
yeah.
job. Like
He
fuck
thinks
you.
it's so important that
I
that
think-
the person who works at the police department packed him specifically a Mr. If anything, she didn't pack it on purpose just to piss him off. You know, like,
I
fuck
think
you.
he's an excellent foil for everything. I think his annoyance is such a good, like, he's not like a villain, he's a heel, and he's a foil to the main characters just trying to get whatever they're trying to do done. But it always comes off as like so petulant and so like, and like just a funny annoyance. And this scene is just like, you know, James Gunn clearly knew somebody like this, and he had to put this character in a movie, like an executive or something that was just like this.
Yeah.
That's what it came off as to me. But they basically, Kylie does reveal that she saw that the worms come from space. She's like, and it takes over the people, and then they eat the rest, I guess, which that didn't really come to fruition, but it does seem like at the end when it's absorbing all of the people, that's what they meant. So Shelby, who's Jenna Fisher, gets got. The car people get smashed by another truck who drives into them, and it fades to black. When Bill wakes up, it's a full-on Night of the Living Dead, or like a more modern zombie movie moment where they're just like, brr, meat. And they take Starlo away. He also saves Kylie during this, and Jack the Mayor also gets taken. He has a hilarious end, but we'll get to that in a moment. They wonder if they destroy Grant, will the whole system be destroyed? Which is that first moment where we're like, oh, kill the brain of the thing. And it's like vampires, like you kill the main vampire and all the rest of them die. Bill makes it to the station. The radio's out. He finds the deer from earlier and fights it. He fisticuffs it. And that's what you were talking about earlier, Stephen, where it's like, but he's able to pretty much, he does a pretty good job.
Am I the only one in this fight that like kind of wanted like a full Sam Raimi moment where the deer was like Starla, it yelled Starla as well, you know, like it somehow figured out how to talk. Like that'd be so good.
I think that would be great. I
I would have liked more of the deer.
Yeah.
They made such a fanfare out of Bill seeing it get like slithered, and then he's like, oh fuck, the zombie deer is here, and then it fights.
Well,
like
I mean,
a Street Fighter character.
That is earlier when he was like, I don't understand people wanting to shoot these deer with these guns and whatever, and then he has to fight one like hand to hand,
and then he sees a deer getting slugged, and then he has to fight a deer. All of it is
it comes back around. It was a nice callback,
and it's like a crazy hilarious puppet. That's just like, like it's so fucking silly.
I love that they kept it as a practical effect. They're like, this is insane. I love it.
There's a world where this is an entirely CGI deer and it sucks.
And exactly. Yeah. So I'm glad they spent the money to make an entire.
But there's also a world where Sam Raimi was on set that day and was like, make the deer talk. And James Gunn's like, are you sure? He's like, do it. People will love it.
You can get a trilogy out of this.
Yeah. I think James Gunn is like he is a Kevin Smith, but he's also a Sam Raimi in a lot of ways, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'll lean heavily in your favor to Kevin Smith, but I don't think he's not a Sam Raimi. He's not. Sam Raimi is like a very unique individual. James Gunn is a very digestible individual, and I think that he makes a lot of really good stuff, but I don't think that you could potentially watch a James Gunn project and not realize it's James Gunn unless somebody tells you. Sam Raimi, you can watch a Sam Raimi thing. This is definitely a Sam Raimi. Is this Sam Raimi? Like, I don't know if that's true 100% for James Gunn.
Even that Multiverse of Madness, like it was pretty like I liked it, but like people didn't like it. But if you watch it, it's got a lot of Evil Dead. It's got a lot of Evil Dead in it.
I fucking love that Marvel movie because it's so Sam Raimi. And I know that a lot of people hate it, but I fucking love it. It's so
Sam Raimi had a new feature out recently, didn't he?
Yes, it's good. Yeah. Did you guys watch it?
Okay.
I have not seen it, so now that one's going on
the list.
It's
called Send Help, and it's fucking great.
Right. It's Send Help is the new Sam Raimi. That looks really good, actually. I've seen the trailer for it. Yeah.
So I guess
it feels like you're watching a bunch of old Sam Raimi mixed in with a bunch of new Sam Raimi, and Sam Raimi being like, I don't know, like I'll just do whatever I want, because that's basically how he is. Right? Like, I don't know, can we do that? Can we do CGI there? Okay, let's do that. All right, now like I want the board of snot on her, and like that happens.
In my mind, I feel like early James Gunn and early Tarantino are kind of the same in that a lot of their films are just collages of their inspirations and what they grew up on or whatever. And then as their careers kind of got further, they kind of found their own voice. Like, I think I could pick out a James Gunn film now, like his newer stuff.
I think you need a lineup, though. I don't think you could just do it cold. And like, this is not me trying to be like James Gunn sucks. I'm just trying to say that like his identity as a filmmaker isn't as strong as somebody like
I'm saying a lot of his identity as a filmmaker is kind of a collage of his inspiration. He's a very clear mishmash of reference and homage and whatnot. Whereas Sam Raimi was just unique out of the gate. You know, he was just doing his own
and
thing.
he still is, like, even within Multiverse of Madness.
And that's a very unique thing that you
literally
don't see
Spider-Man 2 has Evil Dead moments in it. You know what I mean? Like Spider-Man 2 has crazy horror. Spider-Man 1 has crazy horror in it, but Spider-Man 2, all the Dr. Octopus turning into Dr. Octopus shit is wild.
Yeah, so I think that's the difference, is that like one's got like the supremely unique voice, and the other one is like kind of obviously inspired by a wealth of film knowledge.
Yeah. I think that's right. And you know, I think that like for James Gunn, it's the fact that he also is, you know, because he's such a writer, it's chameleon-esque, right? Where where he has got what, 19 things that he's developed, including everything, like including his short films and all that shit. He doesn't have Sam Raimi level powers where like everything that he's done is like super scrutinized and turned into like,
well, he kind of does now, being ahead of the DCU. Like everything has been picked at with a fine-tooth comb, even though Superman is like, I don't like Superman, but that is what I want out of a Superman movie. I thought I wanted the Zack Snyder version of Superman because I don't like the goody two shoes, like I can always win Superman, but I also don't like gritty, like almost I'm Batman Superman either. In retrospect, I like Superman whose faults are because he cares too much, but also in a world where you're also seeing all these other DC characters exist that are weird. I want Superman to be weirder, and I think that's what James Gunn has done with the new Superman.
Well, I mean, I honestly believe that like his doing Superman first is like, I'm going to now break the eggshell into the DCU and be able to just make all the other shit. Now that I've done Superman exists, so now let me just in, and I can do whatever I want now.
Hey, like Guardians of the Galaxy and Superman, and now we're all like, yeah.
He nailed Superman. He understands the character, and it was a great jumping off point because he's like, I understand what makes this character interesting, and this is the invulnerable character. But I don't think he has like a command of the visual language of cinema, quite like a very unique filmmaker does. Yes, like he's got the aesthetics, he's got the cool needle drops and the music and the color and whatnot, but he's getting a lot of that from, you know, listening to albums and reading comic books, and it's all inspired by something. Whereas, you know, a filmmaker like Raimi is just like, oh, I'm just going to do this thing because I think it's the cool. Like,
how do I make?
What if we strap a camera to a 2x4 and smash it through a window? And it's like, all right.
Has anybody thought about eyeballs for this next sequence? we really want to focus on eyeballs here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
and
a lot of eyeballs.
Water.
Yeah, so he's very like David Lynchian, where it's like, oh, he has weird dreams and all this falls out of his brain and no one else is coming up with this shit.
I think the thing that what I was trying to say is that you can look at something like the Army of Darkness and you can put it right next to the Multiverse of Madness, the Doctor Strange movie, and you can see the parallels and the things that he does as a filmmaker, and they could exist in the same universe.
Yeah.
I don't know if Slither can exist right next to Guardians of the Galaxy in the same way, but I do think that that's there in tonally and like the way the characters talk, and you know, but I don't think that there's like I don't think there's a camera language, and I don't think there's you know, like there's not everything lines up in the same way that you could just take a straight line with Sam Raimi and pull it through all of his movies and it would be exactly the same.
So with Slither and the hive mind and everything, you get touches of like Starro and Suicide Squad and whatever, but it's conceptual. It's an idea that a character has.
It's a writer's idea.
Not a visual language. It's a writer's idea. It's conceptual.
Whereas Sam Raimi is just like, oh, look, he did another mirror gag. Oh, he did some eyeball shit. Oh, he's now made a bunch of tiny men stabbing people in the like he does.
Yes. Now we're gonna call this the Raimi cam. This crazy push in. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. James Gunn doesn't have any camera moves named after him.
Not yet. Maybe he will.
Yeah.
Hey man, he made Superman fly with his fucking arms by his side, which is pretty cool in my opinion.
And not like straight out.
He didn't do this.
Oh.
He made Superman fly with that the camera right here in his
Yeah, the
face.
cape going behind him.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, that's pretty
I
good.
thought that was, and the internet fucking hated it because
Fuck them. I
that's
loved
what
it.
they're like.
I thought it was great.
The
Yeah.
internet sucked all each other's dicks about it. It's an echo chamber.
It's a necro chamber.
The internet sucked all each other's dicks about it is the t-shirt, I think. Just a daisy chain of dick sucking.
Yeah. A giant human centipede, but dicks instead of anus.
The human centipenis.
Somebody writing this down?
As a matter of fact, someone's recording it.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
It's all recorded on the internet.
Oh, well, Worldmind figured out what movie. It was either The Kindred or The Offspring or Dro. It was one of the movies where...
I
I think it's
I guess
extra. Yeah.
We're gonna have to
Yeah.
have a month of trying to figure out what the fuck World Mind.
Yeah,
is
let's
talking
do a
about.
month of... Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a month right there. What movie has a fucking
Into the third week and be like,
fetus
"That's
creature
it."
getting pissed on? Anyway, let's finish this movie off. Kylie saves him, and then... which comes back in a minute. And then the grenade is reintroduced. So the zombies put Starla in her bed and I guess clean her up a bit. Bill and Kylie head over there, and then was the scene where she wakes up suddenly an homage to something because it looked familiar. It may not have been.
I mean, I definitely got like Sleeping Beauty vibes from the like cleaning her up and laying her down in the white.
Oh yeah,
A little bit of like Nosferatu. You know, this person is pure and innocent, and I think there were a lot of references there. Visually, I couldn't pick a single one that I would go, this is a direct reference to it, but
okay.
yeah, it definitely
It looked like something.
Yeah.
I also, so my initial next note was Jack wakes up in a dumpster, but he didn't wake up in a dumpster. He did wake up in the basement, but just the way that they frame him, it looked like he woke up in a dumpster because he's just lying on all like the meat and straw that's like in that weird basement.
Meat straw was my nickname in high school.
Heyo.
Reminds me of days from my 20s.
When you were doing nose experiments.
Waking up in piles of meat.
We've all been there.
Happens.
Starla stashes a comb with a blade on it. She pulls the end off of like a silver comb thing that has a pointy part.
Comb, yeah,
Like a
that's
cane
the
with a
horse.
sword in it, but for your hair.
Also, technically, it's
Yeah.
a brush, not a comb.
Okay, well, it's a brush,
Get out.
not a comb. I quit this podcast.
You can't
and
say
heads-
that to me. That's
Yeah, how dare you?
how dare you.
Yeah.
But she heads out into the
It's
house.
been a
while-
long time since I have used either, but I know the difference.
I'm disabled, okay?
Oh my god.
Sorry.
That's really funny.
Listen, in 1,000 years, we're all going to be bald. It's fine.
That's true. Right. So
So this brush,
I'm disabled.
excuse me.
It's a-
Anyway, she heads out into the house while Bill and
comb has teeth.
Kayla,
not bristles.
they're bristles, not teeth, you plebeian. Starla finds Grant in full-on slime mode with several people consumed. He's gone full, like, a room full of monster. Bill sees Starla kind of edging up to him, and they plan to go in. Grant is ranting about how she loves Bill and she's cheating. And Starla gets close to Grant and it's like, I could never cheat on you, baby. I love you forever. And then stabs him in the head with the brush. Bill does some action stuff getting into the house, which I thought was great, while Starla gets fucking just pummeled by flailing tentacle. Bill kills Jack with no issues. He's like, he gets like sprayed, I think, by acid, or he gets wormed or whatever, and he's like, kill me. And you know, in those scenes in horror movies where the things that kill me, you have to like be like, oh no, but he just is like, no problem, which I thought was a great little moment. He gets in, he pulls the grenade pin, but gets knocked back. It falls over behind a bench. Kylie goes and tries to find it. They juggle it around, and it gets They both get bashed out a window. It falls into a pool and goes off in the pool. So that's the subversion of expectations of Chekhov's grenade, which I thought was excellent. I could not. Also, another Resident Evil reference. The grenade is the same grenade as the early Resident Evil games. It's this like the sphere grenade, not like what you imagine like a World War One
frag grenade.
Yeah,
is that a World War One grenade?
I think maybe, yeah.
Like but it's an old ass grenade.
It's worth. When you think of a grenade, you think of the one with the pin that goes down to the side.
Yeah, I guess the World War II grenade would be the one with like the ridges on it.
Yeah, World War One, you pull the literal like pin out.
And World War One was like firewood with a firework on the end, and you throw it.
Why?
Oh, you like the weird ones with the stick?
Yeah.
It's like the caps that you get from the RoboCop action figure.
Baseball hadn't been invented yet. They didn't know how to throw like a rock.
Or electricity.
Probably.
No, but I absolutely love that they just like go through this 30, 45-second sequence of them just like juggling around a grenade going, oh, fuck. And then it just falls in a pool and you're like, well, so much for that.
Exactly. And that's so good.
Like, how do they get out of this? What do they do?
Yeah,
now?
like how are they going to beat the
They built this up for the last
now?
hour. And also, I love that that Grant's final form feels like the Fallout reference that I was saying earlier, but it also feels like a Resident Evil final boss. Resident Evil 3 specifically has a very similar final boss. And then also, a JRPG final boss usually feels like it's on one side of the room, and then like the heroes come
fills up the
and
hole.
fight it. Yeah, fight it from the other side. Also, Sean Gunn is cited as part of like the Guan.
Yeah, I was like, is that him? I think he's I don't know. It's him, right? Isn't it?
It is him.
Yeah, it definitely was him.
He looks hot in this.
Oh,
well,
he's
nude.
young and skinny.
He's young and nude and skinny.
Okay.
Smooth like a twink. No.
But now he's like so like everything about. Maybe it's just because everything you see him in now, he's like an alien, so they like make him look.
Well, now he plays a tall ferret.
Well,
yes.
Didn't he took over for Yondu in the Guardians of the Galaxy? Where
but I think it's like
power.
they give him like specifically clothing to make him look like a lanky weirdo instead of trying to make him look hot, right? Where in this, I'm like, oh, he's hot. I'm like, look at it, look how hot he looks.
Yeah.
But in those movies, it's like, no, he's supposed to look like a dweeby.
Well, he's probably in his 20s in this movie.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean that maybe he's just like, like I didn't work out and I'm not going to work out forever. So why would I?
Oh yeah, no. That's exactly why I'm not skinny and hot anymore. Because I don't work out, not because I'm nearly 40.
No, but like he's not out of. It just seems like
that.
he's just like a twig man who's very tall, right?
I feel like he's always just kind of been a twig man though.
All right.
Like he's just a very narrow dude.
Also, he's not hot. I think he's.
He's very hot.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong.
I like Sean.
Also, I just want to point out that the lighting is making me look paler than I've ever looked in my life. While you guys have,
ghoulish.
I assume it's because your vampire baby has to suck blood out of you every day.
Well, that's how we do it here at the Phillips household. My baby drinks my blood. He's vampire. I'm vampire.
Runs in the family.
How we do it. It's true. It's all about lighting. You love his twink lighting. I don't know what that means.
I got my red lighting.
You're gonna need to maybe hold off on that for about 25 years before you start referring to your baby as a twink.
Yeah. Yeah. I will never refer to my baby as a twink, in fact, I hope.
And if anyone does, call the authorities.
Yeah, I'll stab them in the throat
right now.
Yeah, that's stone
right.
cold,
So
worthy.
it's true. Right to the bottom of the fucking lake. Yeah.
So we get an unsatisfying grenade explosion.
The finale, though, is he figures out that he's hanging outside the window. Grant is using his Slither claw powers. It's got a fucking tooth on the end now.
Well, that's the injector. It's like a mosquito.
Yeah. And this is the moment where you need both of them in you to become all woomy.
Yeah, one pumps you full of eggs, the other one pumps you full of cum.
The sperm.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. He got stabbed with the cum one.
Yeah, because he had cum.
You can say cum on this show after midnight. It's not even midnight. You can't say the story.
In 30 minutes, we're gonna say cum like crazy.
he gets sperm in his open wound. I apologize.
Yeah.
I assumed that he was getting eggs in there.
Looked like sperm.
Oh,
to me.
so it's like it's like the fertilizer and the egg.
Yeah,
There's the two
but
types.
you like the positive and negative of battery. They both have to kind of be.
But I
in
mean,
there.
the way it was, it looked like eggs were going in, and like.
But instead, he jams it into a fucking propane tank,
Propane,
which is cool.
that proceeds to blow this giant meat balloon up.
Yeah.
And he
Shoot
goes,
him! Shoot him!
How do you like this? Propane or propane accessories? And he like.
But this movie has a unique thing where as soon as this happens, I was like 10 minutes left. How? But literally, it ends. They walk out. It's daytime. They walk outside and they kind of just have a conversation about, like, I got to go to the hospital. I've got a fucking wound. And a little bit of white gloop comes out and is like, you didn't get both of the tubes. So you're.
We didn't really talk about, like.
Well, and because she had already connected to the hive mind, so like she kind of knows. She's like, yeah, you weren't impregnated. I know it.
Yeah.
And the entirety of the sequence is more so Starla having an interaction with Grant for the last time. That's what this is about. Which we didn't really talk about. Like,
don't you regret not running away to Hollywood with me now? And he was like, I always regretted not doing that. Which I think that was a great bookend to the film. Like, it really summed up their characters. It truly was 2006.
Hello, Sea Doodle. It's good to see you. It's been a while.
And yes.
So the interesting about the ending to this movie, the interesting thing is as they walk into the sunset, so to speak. Like I said, there's 10 minutes left in the movie,
It's
but
the sunrise, not the sunset, guys.
The sunset. For 2 solid minutes during the sunset. I'm just joking. The sunrise. They're just kind of bantering with one another, and you can literally watch them walk so far, and it literally takes like 3 or 4 minutes, which I thought was great.
And in true James Gunn form, "Baby I Love You" by the Yahoos is playing, and I absolutely love the, like, what is it? I absolutely love you, baby, but I want you to fucking leave me alone. Just like, I love the lyrics of that song, and it kind of sums up, like, everyone's just fed up with this shit. We don't want to deal with our partners anymore. Like, we're just going home.
And then, they're walking past the corpses on the ground, and it kind of, you have to ask the question, like, what is the aftermath of this? And we figured it out. K and J show up. They clean up the mess. They zap everybody and resets. But then it happens again. And it's actually it's kind of like a Groundhog Day, but without an actual reset. Like, time still keeps going, but it just happens again.
Oh, I thought the cat that they took that had the worm in its brain was the one that had the universe on its collar in the Men in Black movie. That kind of like...
Yeah, it is.
Well,
and then it becomes because it's the 90s, it becomes the cat from the Miss Marvel movie. Or
movie.
It scratches out.
Yeah. There's some like time loop stuff, and it's all the same.
This is all so hilarious, and I'm glad it's going to absolutely stay in the episode right now.
And then the Undertaker throws Mankind off the Hell in the Cell like minutes later, I think.
What an ending!
I hate all of this.
Okay. Well, we covered the movie. We covered the whole movie. There's an after credits. We already talked.
I don't think that we talked about the good shit at the end. I think we kind of skipped it all over, but that's okay. We could.
Well, I mean, what was your favorite part at the end? Like, what is the good shit?
My favorite part of the end is that Starla goes down and confronts him, and she is the one that stands in front of him in order to trick him, in order to have everything.
Right. Yeah, like, I'll love you, I'm gonna stay with you. Like,
I mentioned that.
Yeah, you mentioned it, but you didn't talk about it. The thing is, mentioning things and skipping over the important parts is not something that we should do. We should talk about it because it's an important part of the movie, and it's a very good part of the movie, because what she's doing there is giving everybody an opportunity to kill him, but she's also going through a lot of emotions that are real, and she is feeling everything that is actually happening.
Right.
She doesn't not love Grant. She does love him. It's her husband, and she made a special bond. Marriage is a special bond, and she's still feeling that right there, guys. We didn't even talk about that whole thing. But we can end.
You're the last person I would expect to talk about the sacred bond of marriage.
Why?
I'm the second one.
Because you don't seem like the kind of person that would want to get married.
Well, that's different than what the character in the movie is expecting.
That's fair.
Well, but was there also not like a bit of a romantic undertone with the whole "Don't you regret not running off to Hollywood with me now?" and they're walking off into the sunrise, and you think,
Yeah,
well, maybe
absolutely,
are they just
there
gonna
is.
go like?
There absolutely is, but you have to understand that doesn't negate the fact that she still feels the same way about marriage. Like she still feels these feelings, and she still feels a certain way about Grant. Like Grant is dead for sure, but like she still loves him. She does, even though he treated her poorly. Like that's a real thing that's happening there.
But to me, like her even saying, "Don't you regret not running off to Hollywood with me now?" is her saying, like, I regret getting caught in this life as well. I wish we would have, like, I wish our lives would have been that instead. And we both would have gone.
He also says, I've regretted that before any of this happened.
Exactly. So they're both
destined.
admitting that they regret not running off and getting stuck in this town. And so I think there's an undertone of her being like, yeah, like I was with him and I loved him, but also wasn't my first choice.
Absolutely. He was her first choice.
Yeah,
he was her first choice
bittersweet.
when she was fucking 12 years old. Like that is a part of the whole story.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that when she goes in there, she doesn't feel horrible about what she's about to do, which is trick him into killing himself, which is what she does. And that's how the movie ends. I just wanted to talk about this a little bit, guys. I didn't want to like brush over it like it doesn't matter to the story.
And
it's
I
fucking
think you were
cool
right
and beautiful and good. Like it's
because
a
I
really
appreciate that.
It highlights James Gunn's talent as a writer. It highlights the talent of the actors to really like do a serviceable job and make it believable and have it land emotionally, which it did. And so, yeah, it was a satisfying ending in a lot of ways where you're like, oh, I feel like these characters have a place to go. Their problems were complex and I was invested. And, I'm okay with how this ended. And yeah, it left a good taste in my, like, watching those credits roll, hearing the songs. I was like, okay, yeah.
I don't think it needed
this was
anything
hard
beyond it because it wrapped up everything properly. Like every character was there was no resolute disposition. Like I was good by the end. I was like, this is everything. It works well. I just wanted to address that fact because that is a very good bow that they put there. Like
and that is true.
You do still sort of feel bad for this monster who's like he's been turned into a monster, not on his own accord. It's maybe like amplifying his monstrous behavior, but like he still is somewhere deep underneath all that goo and muck, a human.
And I think that's a thing that a lot of horror movies don't do is that the person who gets turned into the monster, we kind of just tend to forget about their humanity completely. They're like, oh no, they're lost to the monster.
Yeah,
that's not the person you used to know.
That they did a really good job of making his face show just a perfect amount of emotion when he's mad or sad. Like
under all that makeup,
you can't really tell when he's anything other than mad or sad, but you can absolutely tell when he's mad and when he's sad. Like and they're both effective. When he's mad, you're like, oh fuck, and when he's sad, you're like, oh fuck, oh fuck.
Okay. That is a very good point.
All right, that's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
And I think that's a good way to end it up because I think it does very clearly show that James Gunn is a talented writer and knows how to cast a movie to make it human and very, very relatable.
And know when to make a monster sad and mad.
You gotta.
All right,
Jason. Monsters are people too.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take us to the Home Alone of it all. If you guys don't know what the Home Alone of it all, it's when we tell everybody in the audience what our favorite point of the movie is, or it could be the moment that you saw one time and then decided to come back to it. It could be the reason that the movie exists in the first place. It could be whatever you want. The Home Alone of it all is the most important part of the movie for you. But also give us a little bit of a review and give us a rating at the end if you can. Pat King. You first.
If you had to pick one, what do you think the Home Alone of it
is
all?
the Home Alone of it all?
Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone?
I really gotta know.
When is the Home Alone of
What
it all?
is the Home Alone of it all?
Now that's the Home Alone of it all.
Oh no! No! 3D! 3D!
I'm sorry. I've never seen that cartoon of the wet bandit straight up 3Ding the kid through
Kim
it. That
McAllister.
okay. That took me out. The Home Alone.
Jason animated that on his own.
I didn't. I found it on Instagram. It's not AI. Somebody rotoscoped that over Team 3D.
I did not expect that in the slightest. I'm sorry. That caught me off guard. Whew. No, the Home Alone of it all for me, I think, is, now that we talked about the ending and how it wrapped up really well, I think that was it for me, where they walk into the sunrise. You get that stinger of the, very James Gunn, very well-known, probably expensive song that's very relevant to the story, kind of playing over. There's a little bit, it's sardonic, it's got heart, it's funny, it's hopeful, it's absurd. It left me, I think, with a really nice feeling as the credits rolled, and I was like, oh, that's satisfying. And it really encapsulated the James Gunn style in the following years. I think that was my favorite part.
Hez, with your final thoughts and your rating.
Like, what are we doing ratings wise? I'm a 4 out of 4-star guy. I'm a big Roger Ebert dude.
All right. Whatever you want. It could be nonsense.
I'd give it a 3.5 slugs out of 4.
All right.
Yeah.
That half slug is making its way home.
That's the one that got burned by a curling iron.
Making my way downtown. Hey, Steven.
Hey, it's me, Steven. My moment that would be my Home Alone of it all for this is, I think it's probably the Mortal Kombat X-ray moment where the thing goes into his brain, and I'm like, oh, it's in his brain. Now I know. And that might be because I'm dumb. That might be because the audience at large is dumb. That might be because everybody on planet Earth is dumb. But that's all it would take is something stabbing you in the brain to make you completely obey a alien entity. I just kind of like it, and I think that's where the story itself pushes off from, and exactly what's going to happen. As soon as something stabs into somebody's brain and they go, you're like, okay, I know what this movie is going to be now. No matter what the movie is, if something stabs into your brain and you're like, excuse me, I need to go take a dump or whatever. You're like, okay, this guy's been taken over. So, and I like that kind of bullshit in a movie. It's completely fine to me. And you've seen that before in a million other B movies from the 80s, even the 90s, and definitely the 70s. But that X-ray version of it is so clear that there's no way that you as an audience member could question what's happening. You're like, well, the alien's in his brain, so it's controlling him. Duh. Even an idiot could understand it, which I fucking love. In totality, this movie, I think it really holds up in more ways than it doesn't. There's a couple of moments here and there that I'm like, too old. The humor is not working for me here, but the character stuff, the reactions, the cinematography, even the musical stuff doesn't feel dated. This one of the great things about James Gunn is that he doesn't really take stuff from the era that he's working within. So he didn't take any modern music from 2006 to put in this movie. He took stuff from decades earlier, or even just 10 years earlier, and he put it in there, and it makes it have this more it's more accessible to everybody, because like even old people can watch this and be like, oh, that's a song from my youth, and like younger people are like, oh, that's a song that I've not heard before, and like it doesn't solidify it. This is one of the issues I had with Jennifer's Body, is that every song in that movie is from the fucking 5 years before or less that movie was made, so it just like encapsulates it in time. It makes it feel dated, whereas this movie is taking songs from outside that time period, using them well, and it doesn't feel that way. It feels like an actual movie. The storytelling, obviously we've discussed it throughout, great. It's perfect. It's like exactly what you want from an alien coming to Earth and taking over story. Like everything is very good and simple. The characters are interesting. Even the characters that are introduced halfway through, you're like, oh, I like this, I like that, and you know, some of them die, some of them don't. It's fine. I think if I had to give this movie a rating, which I do every week.
You have to.
Do I say that every week? If I had to give this,
You've said it. You've said it probably 100 times.
You made the rules.
I made the rules.
Oh,
Let's be real.
I would say that this movie is a man or woman in a barn that is so packed full of slugs that they're about to burst, but they're not quite gonna burst yet. But if I was just to prick it with a little fingernail, it might burst and the whole thing would be ruined. But if you're to take a step back and look at it, perfect.
Perfect.
I don't know how to feel about that.
My Home Alone of it all this week. I'll tell you all about it. Here's my Home Alone of it all. So, from the moment we get... So, there's 3 acts in this movie that are just denoted by, like, it goes to black. The third act sort of is when the zombies are fully introduced. That third act where every single trope is happening, specifically the thing in the poster, and me not knowing what the poster represented and just getting too ahead of myself, I think that the full-on poster moment into the end of the movie with the full zombie uprising, that's my Home Alone of it all. That's the part we were all there to see. That's the Kevin McAllister going and setting up the blueprints, and then the wet bandits getting destroyed by the funhouse of death. If I had to sort of give this movie a final thought, it's fucking good. I think of the 3 movies we've done so far, we have Tucker and Dale next week, and we'll see what happens with that. That's a different sort of... I've seen that movie before. That's a different thing. But this movie, I think of the 3, I liked Cabin in the Woods more, but this is on par with that because I'd also seen Cabin in the Woods before. I knew what to expect. This was a movie where, like I just said in my Home Alone of it all, I didn't know what to expect. I went through the whole movie being surprised at every turn, and it feeling like a modern movie, just with all of my actors I recognize aged down. I thought was an excellent sort of layer to the whole thing. I had a really good time watching it. I had a really good time talking about it with you guys. And I think it's a well-made film from a great tour director. I think we could consider James Gunn an auteur director, but also I consider James Gunn a like indie punk rock director. He's more of an indie punk rock writer for film, but with this movie, he was able to turn his ability into a multi-million-dollar career, and was able to do things like Guardians of the Galaxy, and now the DC fucking universe of film, which I think is gonna like we haven't even seen what's gonna happen. We haven't gotten a James Gunn
we've got
fueled Batman yet.
Supergirl coming out, Lobo.
We're gonna have Lobo in a couple weeks.
I can't fucking wait for that.
Yeah, I think Supergirl is going to be like a really fun, more Guardians of the Galaxy than like Superman or Suicide Squad, because we don't know anything about Lobo. They've never committed to putting him to film. So, with that said, I give this movie a 4 out of 5. but I also give this movie a tick woman filled to the brim with parasite leech slugs exploding all over our hearts and our minds to make us love James Gunn like we knew we always did. Delicious.
We both used the tick woman. I called her.
Why do you guys? Oh, I thought we agreed on this. That was the worst part.
I know, but we both used it as a rating system.
It's also going to stick with me forever. It is the thing in this movie that I think that's my home of it all, really, because I had to literally go, is this going to affect me in the future?
Like, honestly, like her just going, just give me a little bit of that possum there.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Not to quote Pat King from earlier, but I hope this doesn't awaken anything in me.
Well, that's Dean Pelton from Community.
I'm quoting the Dean from Community.
I'm aware. What, you guys think I'm fucking under a rock over here? I know.
Well,
I do look a lot like it had I shaved.
To quote Stephen Boba Blackfly Waters, am I living over a rock over here or something, man?
I think I am over a rock over here.
I think you are living over a rock over here.
But I could literally talk to you guys about anything forever. You know what? Go back and listen to our half-hour conversation about AI from earlier in this episode. This episode would have gotten over a half hour earlier had that one person asked that question. Shout out to Comical Hexical from that guy didn't even probably hear our answer.
Yeah, probably just fucked off immediately.
Yeah.
But opened a Pandora's box. But I think this was the most fun I've had so far on this show, and I absolutely love it. I can't wait for next week. I love Tucker and Dale versus Evil, so I can't wait to tune in to watch you guys talk about that. It's going to be a lot of fun.
But with that, we should probably talk about our plugs, and then everybody goes to bed at the same time or else.
Yeah, we all call each other at the same time and go, good night.
Good night.
All right. Text me when you get home safe.
All right, let me just plug this in right here and... Oh, no! No! 3D! 3D!
I had to play it again because I knew Pat would laugh like that again.
I fucking love that so much.
I know, it's very funny.
Oh my god.
Pat, what do you have to promote this week or plug? Tell us what you got going on.
Honestly, not a ton. I work at a bookstore now, and I've been reading a lot, and I've been writing a lot, and hopefully in the next few months I will have some movies to plug because I've gotten back to writing for film a lot. Currently writing a screenplay based on the Saladin, the last piracy trial to ever take place in Canada. Happened here in Nova Scotia, doing like a Guillermo del Toro-esque horror type situation on a boat, a lot of murder. So yeah, I'm going to be working on that, and hopefully I will have that done and have something serious to plug in the next little bit. But awesome. Super happy to just be here and being passionate about film with you guys. So thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
No, amazing. I'm gonna reach out to you for August. We're doing anthology month, and we've got a couple of prime selects that I'd like to bring you back on for.
Absolutely, yeah. Send it my way anytime.
Cool. Well, thank you for being on. You're always welcome back. How about you, Steven?
Well. So
I'd like to promote Gotham Radio.
Gotham Radio. Everybody knows that Gotham needs listeners, and you are the listeners.
That's the Penguin from Gotham Radio. No, I do a lot of stuff. I'm working on something very interesting that I can't tell you about, but I'll tell you about it later. But what I can tell you about now is Stan Land on the Sonar Network, Randy on the Sonar Network. I did a lot of editing and voice work for those two projects, and there's another one coming soon to a theater near you. And I also do the voice work for all of the Theorist Network on YouTube. So Darth Theorist, the Three-Eyed Theorist, and Half-Blood Theorist, where I am the narrator, as well as every single character, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, hello there, and Anakin Skywalker, holy shit, it's me, and like a bunch of people. Yeah, I do all those characters.
Can you give us a little bit of Robert Baratheon, please?
Robert Baratheon sounds a bit like this. What do you mean I'm not able to ride this roller coaster because I'm too short? We'll see about that.
And then he lowers the whole roller coaster so that he can actually ride it. That's what happens in the depths of it in the video.
What happens when you're king?
Yeah.
When you're king, you can ride whatever roller coaster you want.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I do. If you guys like me doing weird voices, then you'll love all of it. And I love all of you as well. That's it. Yeah, you guys, both of you, Pat, Jason, you guys love all my lives over here.
Heyo. Well, thank you, Stephen. I love you too. I would like to let everybody know that this show, Hey, Did You See This One, happens each and every week right here on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. You can get it for free wherever you find your podcasts. It is primarily a video podcast, but if you want to listen to an audio format, you can find it on Spotify under Hey, Did You See This One? We do it live on Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern, but if you want to watch it on demand, the live episode is up live. You can find it on Twitch and YouTube immediately after the show's over, but we trim it down a little bit for video on demand. It usually goes up on Saturday or Sunday. In addition to all of that, I guess my plug for myself would be that I am the announcer for Super Kicked Wrestling here in Toronto. I'm the guy that says the names louder than everybody else says them. We have a show coming up actually tomorrow night on June 19th, right here in Toronto at the Great Hall on Queen. This is the card. Woo! Awesome. The Super Kick Championship, Visional Rep from Ohio Valley Wrestling goes up against Chris Chambers and the champion for over 1,000 days, Jesse V. We also, it is our Key to the City ladder match event. The Key to the City is kind of like Money in the Bank, where you climb the ladder. It's exactly like Money in the Bank. Let's not mince words.
That's a lot of ladders.
You get the Key to the City, and then you can challenge. You can cash in the key for a title shot anytime you want. But on top of that, we have other great matches happening that night. Villa versus Gio Nollins. We got the Dream Girl Ellie versus Taylor Rising. Jack McGuire versus Dallas Kyle. Tarek versus Bhupinder Gujjar. And the first ever Golden Goal match where Psycho Mike takes on Alessandro Del Bruno with their, it's a 3 versus 3 match. The funny thing about this match is we don't know the rules. They're going to kind of make them up as we go, or I'll have to tell the audience how the match is going to go, which I'm not looking forward to because I hate it when I have to do work as a professional wrestling announcer. But that's the show for tomorrow night. What I want to tell you all about as well is somebody in Germany bought our Kill Aid, illustrated by our very own Stephen Blackfly Waters.
That's me.
Imagine walking around Germany and seeing somebody in a Kill Aid shirt from Hey, Did You See This One? And those are the kinds of shirts you can purchase. The Redbubble and TeePublic. In addition to that, you can get Corporal Tunnel Syndrome. You can get the Howie Mandela effect on a t-shirt if you want. You can get the Grimoire of Familiar Killers. Most of these familiar killers have died at this point. I think only Michael Myers and Jason are still around. In October, one of these men will die, and you'll have to tune in to find out.
One of these men will die.
Finger Ball, a fan favorite, and of course, Chef's Fingers are all shirts you can buy, all illustrated by our very own, not AI, not generative did. He illustrated them with his fingers, with his chef's fingers.
He's a man. He's right there.
It's him, and he did it.
That's me, baby. I did it all with my own 2 fingers.
Mr. Worldwide.
I used at
Mr.
least-
Worldwide.
I used
Just like
at least
Pitbull.
three fingers.
Insults.
Sometimes I use the other ones to get funky with it.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to start one of those companies where I essentially I'm gonna imitate Pitbull, Vsauce, maybe the Dean, and other famous bald men.
Deenie Vici. Ding 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 ding. Yeah. I would love that.
Dean.
Yeah. I know,
Okay.
like my hair is kind of falling out as
Great.
well, so I'm gonna shave and I'm just gonna be like, I'm the Dean here. Whoa.
There-
Like I feel like I could do it. I could do it.
Sea Doodle will invest.
I will do
you have to
parties,
make sure-
Yeah.
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 Vsauce here.
Yeah.
But there is one question that needs to be asked each and every week. And Pat, could you please ask that question for us right now?
Hey, did you see this one?
What?
Deenie Vici. Am I right?
Tell me a goddamn joke, Pat.
Tell you a goddamn joke.
Yeah. Make it funny.
What do we want? Low flying planes. When do we want them?
Beam up some Star Trek content with Live Long and Podcast. A roundtable movie discussion with Hey, did you see this one? And take a peek into the darkness with Heard Noise, Must Investigate with Michael Chan. Watch us duke it out on trivial debates. And let's chat about TV with the Super Mater Brothers. It's all here on the United Federation of Podcasts.